Hello, welcome. Merry Vlogmas, everybody. How is everybody? I was all planning to be kind of slightly early or at least on time. I think oh no, I am now on time. And then Mum came home early and she was like, should we do calendars? Okay. So yeah, how is everyone? I have just finished the final little bit in my bullet journal setup. So I'm going to film a video on, well, I have filmed like setting up some of it, and I'm going to film it like a flip through of everything that I've put together. But it's really pretty and it's exactly what I want. It's all the kind of like artwork that I've wanted, but I can't do this. So yeah, I can't do this, but other people can and are brilliant at it. And I made them into stickers and it's worked really well for me. So I'm very happy with that. And I have been using my little notebook, like a scribbly notebook in the back there as well, for December to-do lists and plans, which is good. A positive thread says happy 4 a.m. Good grief, that's very early. Good morning. And Caroline's here, says afternoon. Hello, welcome. Right, trying to set myself up. I took all these patterns up to read last night and I didn't end up having time. I watched an episode of Lost in Space, the new one, and then I edited this with a Vlogmas basically. So that is what my evenings are consisting of. I mean, you guys will have noticed I've started Vlogmas a day early as well. We started at the end of November. That's because I'm actually leaving on Christmas Eve really early to get up to London, because Wilson's family have a tradition where they meet up on Christmas Eve and do something. And I'm spending Christmas with Wilson this year, and Mum and Dad are having their friend Susan come over, so they won't be by themselves, but they agreed to do calendars a day early so that I didn't need to worry about trying to film on Christmas Eve and could just be on holiday from Christmas Eve. Probably still will be doing some editing because I have all the editing to do, but yeah. Jenny Lee says good morning from Ohio. Good morning, Jenny Lee. Are you the guy? Are you the lady that said your husband was going to wake you up so that you could come and hang out with us? I remember it was somebody in Ohio. Leslie says good morning all. Glenda says good afternoon all. A positive thread says I use an A5 wide ring and I love it. I'm Jeanette, by the way. Your mum and dad are wonderful. Oh, thank you. Yes, I think so too. So Lily Bell says morning. Hope you're well. Hope the program was good. Yes, really good. Laura says morning. Good morning. So as I mentioned, I think the last thing I sewed on here was my Sorrento, wool Sorrento. It's still set up for that. Blimey. So yeah, as I mentioned, I am going to be sewing the 7131 trousers today. I got those all cut out yesterday out of the linen chambray mix from Lady McElroy in the Savannah print, which is a print that I love. And yeah, I thought I've got the shoulder dragons cut out. Let's see if I can show you the shoulder dragons without getting pink fluff everywhere. Believe it or not. You see there you go. Shoulder dragons. So there's going to be one that looks like the salamander from Frozen 2, little fire salamander, and then one that looks like well, nothing really, but he's going to be lime green with pink fluff. I thought I ought to probably do both of them with fluff, although I've then suddenly started worrying that kids put things in their mouth. But I mean, the thought's there, and the parents can not give it to them if it's not appropriate, or give it to them at a later date. It's my advent calendar for today. I need to film the close-up of that, but I think it's power mesh, so that's nice. Mum had 2 chocolates in her calendar today, so I got to have one of them, and it very much tasted like Liebkuchen. Wilson has just texted good morning, so let me say good morning to him. He had a really big day yesterday. He had 2 Rockyoki gigs. And Rockyoki is literally what it sounds like. It's karaoke, but with a live band. And so the gigs are way more difficult because it's singers that they've never worked with before and like amateur singers. And yeah, all the hilarity that goes on with that. So yeah. Let's see. Sorry, just getting through all the notifications on my phone. Let's see. Jenna Lee says yes, she was the lady that's husband was waking her up so she could come join us. I'm very grateful that you're up this early. Jenny Hay says hi from Australia. Well, good evening. Julian Pin says afternoon peeps from a very wet Newcastle upon Tyne. My first Sunday off for the last 6 weeks. How is everyone? Very well, thank you. I hope you are enjoying your Sunday off. Patricia says good evening from Sydney, Australia. Good evening. Kathleen says good morning from Illinois. Hope to make 5 shoulder dragons for Christmas gifts for the grands using fabrics from my stash. Ah, nice. It's great for stash busting. It takes up so little fabric. Yeah. I've had a look not Instagram. I had a look on Google last night as well at some of the ones that people have made up, and they've been so very, very kind of like creative with the different fabrics they've used and things. I think this is going to be fun, and I think I'm going to make more than one shoulder dragon. I think I'm going to need one for myself. Laura says, question for your mother. She makes beautiful knits for you. Does she have an account on Ravelry? Yes, but not in the way that you think. She doesn't like upload her things that she's knit onto Ravelry. She's actually just finishing up my latest sweater. It's the Ruffle Schmuffle, and it's in a gold fabric, and it's meant to go with the kind of like Savannah collection. And oh, sorry, I've got a really itchy nose. And she's just sewing it all together at the moment. I think she might need to knit the neckband on once it's all been sewn together. I think that's how it works, but I could be wrong. But she did say she's going to bring it down once it's all done, so I can try it on. And she hated that pattern to begin with. She didn't like it at all, and now she's really enjoyed it. Kate E says, morning everyone from working in Surrey. Good morning. Well, good afternoon. Caroline says, another set of antibiotics for my face. Oh, you poor thing. You poor thing. I have a mint tea. Laura says, love to see the new sweater, the new knit sweater. Yes, yes. I will always show you whatever mum knits for me. I probably ought to do like a tour of my knitted garments, oughtn't I? Caroline says to Kate E, where in Woking? I'm in Guildford. So I have my lunch next to me and I have mint tea. I probably ought to drink the mint tea while it's perfect temperature, which is just about, and then move on to the lunch, oughtn't I? That would probably be the best way to do it. So as you saw yesterday, I was playing around with my fabric and I have got it into collections. I've moved them all around. So this is the Rose collection here. That's the Cobra Corsage down the bottom. It's actually surprisingly little Cobra Corsage, although as I mentioned, I do have at least 3 more pieces coming. And I want the teal as well. I want all of it. I just love that print so much. This is the Pirate Capsule collection. These 2 are the Savannah. This is the Lemon collection, which is actually the biggest out of all of them. I'm quite surprised by that. And that's the Anaconda Antithesis, which I actually think some of these I don't think are going to take me a whole quarter. Ooh, me and not me plugged over. That's not good. There you go. Okay. It's fine. It's fine. I'm just a walking disaster. We all know this. Yeah. So, you did tell me your name, didn't you? Positive thread, Jeanette. Let's see. Where did we get to? Jessica says Vask Tech. I have no idea. Jeanette, I just looked. I just got my new job and will be working in an office. So bought a bunch of clothes, but want to start making a me-made wardrobe. Do you all have a suggestion for a quick top pattern? Yes, the 6563, but you can't get hold of that easily at the moment, so that doesn't help, does it? But you want something like that, so maybe the Sew Over It Pussy Bow blouse. because it's really smart looking, but it doesn't have, that one doesn't have any closures on it, I don't think. I haven't made that one. I'm not really a big top maker, and I'm trying to rectify that. I've made lots of t-shirts, but not so many tops. So yeah, what do you guys recommend? What's your go-to top pattern? Oh, for me, another one is the By Hand London Anna dress bodice, but lengthened into a top. I really liked how the Woodland Harmony one came out. I do need to lengthen it by another 2 inches because that one kept coming untucked from my skirt that I was wearing it with. But I'm not going to let that deter me from wearing that one. And actually the little frill that it's created actually looks quite nice. So that one's staying. But yeah, I need to lengthen it by another sort of 2 inches. What other tops that are office appropriate? I don't know. Let's see what the peeps come up with, Jeanette. Laura says, yes, love the idea of knitted garment tour. Yeah, because mum's knit me a lot of things, so maybe I ought to. Oh, actually, okay. So I don't forget, this I've missed this. I did start the year, I bought a planner. I bought one of the DIY fish insert planners for my Filofax. And because of moving and like not having access to printers and stuff, I just didn't, all my stuff, I didn't use it. And I've been really unorganized this year. I know I have. All the knits mum has made me. There are a few that I've given away to my sister-in-law because they were a little bit big for me, but I've got majority of them. Quite a lot of them are hortensias, so it could be quite a boring video. It'd be just like, here's another hortensia in a different color. But I do love this pattern. I do love this pattern a lot, and it goes really nicely with this dress. I always struggle to wear this dress in winter because, I mean, I can't wear it. It's a scuba dress. I can't wear it in anything other than winter because I don't know what to put with it. So I've got my black nun tights on, as Lauren says. There are one of my favorite shoe companies or clothing brands, not that I buy clothes anymore, but Joe Brown. I love their stuff. I was looking through their catalog and I was just like, you know what, if I didn't sew, I would buy everything from this place. The coats are amazing. I don't know anything about their ethics, and the prices are they're not cheap. They're not H&M cheap, but they're also like £125 for a velvet coat. I don't know what their ethics are like, but their shoes I bought, you would have seen it in the last, you know, the 36 garments in 5 weeks video. I wore those boots with everything, and I wore them up to London, and I was a bit reluctant because I was like, oh god, this could be a giant mistake, but they were the most comfortable boots with a heel. They've got a heel on them, but it is a vintage style heel. Let me see if I can find a picture for you. So Joe Brown Victorian boots. Yeah, here we go. Accept and continue. There we go. I'll show you from your side because it is the heel that is amazing. You know, so it's a 2-inch heel, but it wasn't like wearing heels at all. I wore these all day to walk around in, and they were so comfortable. So I'm considering buying them in turquoise. They have a turquoise pair that I just think are beautiful, and they have exactly the same heel. They also have a green suede pair that I would love and would wear with this dress, but they have a much thinner, spikier heel. And I know American Duchess do that kind of heel as well. So I'm actually considering treating myself next year, not now, but at some point, like giving myself as a reward. Say, for example, if I don't buy fabric that month, I can treat myself to a pair of American Duchess shoes. The cream pair, I love. Scraps and Sequins wears her cream pair a lot. I mean, obviously Bernadette Banner wears hers. if I had unlimited money, I would buy every single pair that they did, but I will have to pick a pair. But yeah, I'm thinking the American Duchess. And they do boots as well. The trouble with the American Duchess boots is they don't come up the full calf. They kind of come up half the calf, and I don't know if that would be flattering on me, or look, I hate that word. I know I hate the word, and you stop using it. I don't know if that would be something that I would like the look of on me, but it's not something you can kind of try on. So yeah, but they do American Duchess boots with the green velvet. Oh, so beautiful. American Duchess boots. Boots. Oh, they're nice. Sorry, this is a completely random tangent, but there's some really nice boots on Free People that were like twice the price of the Joe Brown ones. No, they're not the right kind of heel. American Duchess boots. Where are they? Why is it not coming up? American Duchess. There we go. Boots. Okay. Boots. Just want to look at some boots. Except I do like the tango boots, but again, they stop mid-calf, and I think that just is not the best area on my leg for a pair of boots to cut me off. Ah, here we go. Oh, I love them in all of their colors. Yeah, so they are the green velvet ones, and they are absolutely stunning. And it's the same kind of heel as the Joe Brown one. And like I say, the Joe Brown ones were unbelievably comfortable. And they also have them, oh dear. Ah, so pretty. So pretty. But they are £210, which is a fabulous price considering that they are what they are. So yeah. Oh gosh, look at them all. No, shut up. Stop looking at the shoes. So yeah. Moran says, good afternoon from Israel. Love your Vlogmas content. Oh, thank you so much. Are you guys enjoying seeing Mum and Dad? Caroline says, I just wear an Adrian in the office, just slimmed the sleeves slightly. Nice. Yeah. Knit tops, if knit tops are appropriate, an Adrian would be great. Deanna says, good morning, Sean. Good morning. Marie says, good morning from Long Island, New York. Good morning. Carolyn says, hello, sweet peeps. Hi. Kate E says, how cool. I'm pretty central in working, but on the Guildford side. How about you? Laura says, a lot of Hortensia knits don't sound boring to me. I know, but Mum hates knitting them. Well, she doesn't hate knitting them, but she's done so many and they're really plain. There's no like excitingness on them. I'm kind of tempted to ask her, now that she's like super fun with the cables and stuff, I'm kind of tempted to ask her if she wouldn't mind like jazzing one of these up and doing one of these in cables, but I don't know if she would be interested in that or not. Jeanette says that dress looks fabulous on you, by the way. Thank you. You're going to be seeing a lot of this dress. I think I have 14 of them. See Vogue 8972. It was actually Mum's idea. It's meant to be a woven fabric, but she wanted to make it in Scuba, so we tried, and oh my gosh, I love this. It's basically my winter wardrobe. Like, yeah, 14 of them. It's going to be like just all of them on repeat, basically. Nikki says, afternoon, Shine and Peeps. Hope everyone is well. Very well, thank you, Nikki. How are you? Caroline says to Kate E, I live on Belfields, just off Woking Road, but I work for a company in central Woking from home mostly but the last afternoon, at least one afternoon a week at St Andrew House down near the council buildings. Christine Owen says, hi all from Wales. Love Joe Brown's shoes, so comfy. I've spent a fortune since I discovered them. But yeah, there's some like Mary Janes that they've got as well. I missed out on the burgundy pair, but they have a blue pair. No, I think I missed out on the blue pair, but they have a burgundy pair. I want them. Caroline says, my ex loved Joe Brown shoes, got several of us interested. Yeah. Positive threads. Jeanette says, yes, stunning. Jojo's here. Afternoon, everyone. I hope you're all well. Very well, thank you, Jojo. How are you? Johanna says, hello, everyone. Hello. Jenna Pin says, I tried a few things over the last couple of years, didn't get on with bullet journal or traveler's notebook. Next year, I've got a wall calendar, A4 page a day desk diary, A6 page a day diary, and a pocket month planner for work. I intend to be organized next year. Yeah, my I have missed not having a planner this year. And one of the reasons that I had gone away from bullet journaling and gone back to my Filofax was because I didn't like the idea of my bullet journal only lasting me 6 months and having to migrate all my collections over, especially my made list, because I keep a running tally of everything that I make so that I can do my year in review videos, and also just so I know how many things I've made. And the idea of having to migrate and transfer all that data over really filled me with dread. So I've worked out, I've got the Otagami 180 page diary or like journal, and I went through and I have blocked it out into I started at the back and I went through and I blocked it out into months so that there is every month in this thing. And I thought I could get away with that because I have it in my traveler's notebook, which means that I can have a messy journal as well. Although my messy journal, I'm just playing around with some stickers. My messy journal at the moment is not quite so messy. It's just my lists of to-dos. But I like the idea that I can have somewhere to write messy notes and then it not make me upset about like ruining it. Does anyone watch Nerd Forge? She did a video yesterday. They're launching a 300 page notebook, which is gorgeous. It's blank paper, unfortunately, so it wouldn't work for me, but it's absolutely stunning. And she did a video where she filled it with sketches in 12 days because she said herself, she was like, I'll buy a new journal or I'll buy a new sketchbook and I'll do a couple of things, then I'll do something I don't like and then I just don't want to come back to it, and I'd buy a new sketchbook and then start that one. So it was a challenge to finish all the pages, and then she decided to do it in 12 days as well, which is nuts, but it was amazing. I love that channel. So yeah, I've decided that if I could fit everything into one journal, then a bullet journal would work for me, because I really like the freedom of the blank pages and you can set it up how you want to. I do like DIY fish, but there's a lot of stuff in there that I just like, prescribed boxes that have been put down for things that I just never used. It got to the point where it was like, I'm just writing out the same things in 4 different places and my life doesn't work like this. So yeah. HSO says, HSO says, hello, just got my serger back from repair, so that's my afternoon sorted. Nice. I'm considering, I've got some Scuba. I've got 1 length of Scuba left, enough to make one of these dresses. I'm considering just cutting that out at some point and whipping that up in a day. Because I went through and got rid of all my Scuba and then made the resolve that I was not going to buy any more, because the only thing I really want to make with Scuba is the 9199 or this. But then Cara from So Mad, she'd been sent the wrong thing by Colville Fabrics and it's gorgeous. And she was like, does anyone want it? And I said, yes, I do. This one, it's got little turtles on it. So I have 1, 2, 3. I've got 3 Scubas in here. Where's this one come from? Oh, I think Rachel sent me a present as well, didn't she? Yes. That's one thing I have put in my planner. I've lost my pen already. Oh dear. It's one thing I have put in my planner this time round, because I've opened up the PO box again. I have a page to write down if you guys send me anything. Not that the PO box is for gifts. I think I said this when I mentioned that the PO box is opening up again. It's not for gifts, it's for letters and cards and stuff. But I know some people can't help themselves, which is lovely, but I would like to remember everything that I get. I'm pretty good, like my patterns, I write the name of the person that sent them to me on the pattern. So if anyone ever gets my collection in the future, it's going to be like, who is Lorianne and why is her name on this pattern? Must be for her. No, she bought it for me. But fabric, sometimes it's that, I mean, there's a lot to keep track of. So yeah, sometimes I do forget where things came from. So I have made myself a list and I am going to fill it in and keep track because I would like to be better about that. Christine says, hi from Lancashire coast, sewing and hangout, a lovely way to spend a winter Sunday. Definitely. Hasn't it got cold outside? When does winter officially begin? Is it now? I never quite know. It feels like it's winter. It's cold enough to be winter. Lynn says, hello from Belfast. Just been catching up Vlogmas videos and having my lunch. Then I'm going to do some sewing. Nice. What are you making at the moment, Lynn? Jeanette says, just popped over and looked at the Vogue 8972. Would you mind modelling it if you've the room? Sure. I've done a video. I've done a sew along as well of how to modify the pattern to make it into a pattern for basically Scuba. I have made it in a jersey and I don't really like that one as much. But yeah, I love this. It's a giant skirt, fitted waistband, and then fitted upper body. I use the sleeves from the 9199 because the sleeves on the Vogue dress come to here. The one I was wearing yesterday, the leopard print, blue, yellow leopard print one, the sleeves were the original sleeves, and that's nice, but my forearms did get a little cold. So I stole the 9199 sleeves just to make them wrist length or just over my wrist length. But yeah, I love this dress. I love this dress a lot. I'm really sorry. I've got snag tights on and they're not meant to do this. They're not meant to keep falling down, but mine do. And it just makes me wonder if I've got the wrong size. I mean, I went by their sizing guide and ordered the size that it says I should have, but the whole shtick of snag tights is that they don't fall down. So yeah. Leslie says, I tried getting into journaling, but that's not for me. I love the look of them though. Yeah, this is not, it's not necessarily kind of like, it's going to basically be to-do lists and like forward planning for like, I have this event or this birthday or this sort of thing, and to-do lists. It's not really going to be kind of like my thoughts for the day or anything like that. But I like having somewhere to write it down. I do have my calendar on my phone that I do use a lot more now, but I also don't like doing to-do lists on this thing. I much prefer writing to-do lists down. So that's basically what my bullet journal is a glorified to-do list with some planning in it and some record keeping as well. Like I say, I keep a record of the things that I've made, things that I've received, my Make 9 plans, sewing challenges. That's one actually. I'm always terrible at keeping up with sewing challenges. There was a sew shirty challenge I really wanted to take part in, and I actually finished my 9077 in time and then just never posted it. So I have done a sewing challenges page so that I can write down each month the sewing challenge that I want to take part in, the hashtag and the date that it's due, and hopefully that way I won't miss dates, because I always like the idea of these sewing challenges and then just never quite get around to them. So I'm hoping it'll be a bit more organised this year. We shall see. I should stop putting it away really, shouldn't I? Let's see. Jillian Pin says, I still have my butterfly embossed red leather Filofax, but I've not used it for a few years. Didn't start a smaller handbag. I started using a smaller handbag and it didn't fit. Yeah, that's one thing. I'm going to have to enlarge the size of the Carter messenger bag and make myself a one in the Mora leather that I bought in mustard, because that's another thing that I've found. I wanted a smaller system than my Filofax, and this has ended up being the same size. But I want to be able to take it around. I want to make a smaller purse, so I'm thinking the Roxy wallet, and I want to make a bigger bag so that it'll fit and I really like the Carter messenger bag, so I want to size that one up and make myself one that will fit my bullet journal into it. Mad, I know. Jeanette says, don't you feel more organised in life when you use a planner? I sure do. Yeah, totally. I felt really kind of like just not organised at all this year. And it's, yeah, I much prefer writing things down. It's also nice getting things out of my head. If I don't write things down, I just, when I'm trying to go to sleep, my brain will just go over and over and over my to-do lists. And inevitably I forget something. So yeah, much more organised. Nikki says, love the way the sun has burnished the journal. Looks as though it was meant to be that way. Yeah. When I was talking about it, I went through to look at Chic Sparrow to show you the guys the kind of like distressed covers that they used to do. They used to put coffee stains on them and things, and they don't do that anymore. But yeah, I really love that one. I absolutely love it. I do want to get the cog on the brown leather one as well, purely and simply because a lot of the stuff that I'm making at the moment would work with that, but my bullet journal does not need to coordinate with my outfits. I know that. But yeah, I would like that brown cog leather one. And I want to get the, if I do get that, I'm going to get the extra wide one so that I can fit another notebook in there. Because technically I can fit another notebook in what I've got now, but it does get, it's a little too chunky. So yeah, El Rohia, I think that Elrohia, I think that's the right name, but it's a Scottish lady. I think it's a lady. It's an Etsy shop from Scotland and gorgeous. Lynn says, I'm forcing myself to do alterations to 2 dresses, and when that's done, I can start something new. Ah, nice, Lynn. Yeah, I have to give myself a reward for getting through alterations. Every now and again, the mood strikes. Like going through my wardrobe the other day, it's really like made me realize that a couple of skirts I really ought to just redo the zips in them. I really don't want to, because that means I need to redo the waistbands as well. So maybe they'll just stay as they are and just new waistbands, not put the zip all the way through for the ones that I'm going. Nikki says your dress is gorgeous. Thank you. Janelle says, snag tights fall down on me too, but they are so much more comfy than other tights that I don't mind. I don't mind either, but when I was editing the video the other day, like I was talking to Mum, and we were having a really interesting conversation about family names, and I ended up cutting it out because all you could see me doing was sitting there and pulling my tights up. And I don't want to, it's not great. So I'm going to message them and just say, look, am I doing this wrong? Because I love snag tights. I really, really love snag tights and brilliant. But their whole shtick is that they don't fall down. So I'm going to message them and just say, look, have I done this wrong? Have I got the wrong size? HG So says, I tried the 9199 based on your lovely dress, and it's another one which is massive if you make it per recommended sizes. Yeah, currently trying the Ponte dress from the new Cashmerette book. Ooh, nice. Yeah, I don't really even look at the envelope anymore. The only reason I ever mention the envelope is because I'm doing a sew along, just to point out that, like, this is wrong. So yeah. Christine says, love that dress on you. You give me serious waist envy. Oh, I mean, this is another thing. This thing is like, because Scuba's like suck you in, and then it's an optical illusion with this thing here, and then it flaring out from the hips. Loads of people keep telling me that I ought to put on slim skirts, and I don't like slim skirts because I feel restricted in them. But also, like, a lot of people say that my big skirts emphasize my hips. That's the point. I want to emphasize my hips. I want my hips to look as big as possible whilst my waist is as small as possible. Like the outfit I was wearing yesterday, like my cardigan cut off at the right point. It was this dress with just a slightly cropped cardigan. And yeah, it was a really hourglass forming. I don't mind making my hips look bigger at all. As long as my waist is defined and can be seen. And I find that with slim skirts, I end up more so now looking sort of like more straight up and down, which is not what I want. The biker who sews says, just join the hangout. Love your dress. Thank you. Rachel Lynn says, good morning all. Good morning. Nimue here. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon, Nimue. Jane says, hi all. Good morning. Hello. Christine says, I am at the age where if I don't write it down, I forget it. Yep. I mean, that's always been me though. Nimue says, don't forget to like the stream, peeps. Ah, yes, there's 115 of us and 25 likes. Please do like the stream. It really does make a difference. Tammy C says, hello, I took your advice on cutting out with scissors yesterday. I cut out a pair of PJ pants for my husband and I did fairly good. I was very pleased with myself, so thank you very much. You're very welcome. I'm glad my advice helped. Was that the kind of like don't close it all the way and keep it the bottom of the blade rested on the surface you're cutting on? Yeah, I've got my, and also lovely scissors. But yeah, when you're cutting, don't cut so that the whole thing closes. Cut and then kind of glide along with it still being open. So, glad that worked for you. Gin and Pin says, I changed my bank a few months ago. I moved my current account, but I need to close the savings account myself and keep forgetting to do it. Must remember I'm getting my hair done next Saturday. Yes, my bank has finally acknowledged that I've moved. So yes. Rachel Lynn says, I don't understand why emphasizing the hips would be a bad thing. Also, loved yesterday's dress. The blue cardi was lovely. Yeah, I mean, again, like lots of people have a way of they like dressing and things that they want to emphasize and hide. And I think I keep mentioning how big my butt is. I don't mind that I've got a big butt. The thing that I mind is my little pod tummy, because I've never had that before. I've always had a flat stomach, always. And I know I don't have a giant stomach. I know. But for me, I am used to having like a washboard flat, even with no work and not abs, just, you know, no little belly. I don't mind how big my butt and thighs are. I would like my calves to be smaller just so that I could get into my boots. That would be nice. And I'd like my arms to be slightly smaller so that I could get into my coats and dresses a little bit more comfortably. But that's all happening. But yeah, I would like a flat stomach again. I don't mind how big my butt is. Fitting it is a pain in the ass. Oh, pun intended. But yeah, I don't mind emphasizing that. I just want to minimize the front kind of bit. So yeah, and I think it's really interesting, having watched lots of channels that do historical dress, that the figures that we see in the portraiture and photographs from that era, and Bernadette Banner did one that they did face tune their photos, but they're cheating those shapes by padding. Yes, there's corsets involved, and yes, some people tight-laced, but not many of them. But the majority of the kind of like hourglass figures or specific figures were achieved with padding or giant hoop skirts or bustles, or, you know, like lots of different mechanisms to make the silhouette appear the way they wanted it to. And the clothing we have in this day and age just doesn't allow for that. So, I mean, I don't need much butt padding because I have a lot of it already naturally. But yeah, I think it's really interesting, kind of different shapes. I'm not going to make clothes that I don't like shape-wise, but I think it would be really interesting to put me in a couple of outfits next door to each other of like, this is what this looks like, and this is what this looks like, and this is why I prefer this. But I'm never going to make the clothes for that, for the outfits that I'm not a fan of. So yeah, there's Bethany C, I think she's very short. And she does loads of videos on how to make yourself appear taller, and she does side-by-side comparisons of the same pieces of clothing but styled slightly differently to elongate the figure. I find that fascinating as well. I think she's 5'1". I think she's short, and that's, she says that herself. Short isn't a bad thing to say about somebody when they are, is it? So yeah. That was mint tea. It's just gone cold, so finished that perfectly. So Elena says, hello, sorry for being super late, missed all of you lot. No worries, Elena, welcome. Nice, thank you for joining us. Gin and Pin says, I've got a cat resting on my tum, so maybe here for you're trapped under a cat. I was trying to explain to Wilson what trapped under a cat was, because she kept sitting on my lap when we were up at his and like kneading on the thing, and he was just like, why does she do that? And I was like, because it's comforting for her. It's, you know, it's like a reversal to kittenhood, and it's usually on specific types of, you know, like when they feel like towels or the blankets and stuff that they're used to having when they were kittens. It's just a reverting to kittenhood and feeling relaxed and getting herself all chill and comfortable. And then she sat down and he was like, should we go? And I was like, no, I'm trapped under a cat. I can't move till she, it's like, that's ridiculous. It's like, no, it's not. I mean, Chiana has suddenly turned into a lap cat in this last year. But before this, if she ever sat on me, I would stay there, literally stay there until she was like, I am now going to move. It's like, okay. So yeah. Nimue says fashion ideals over the last 2 or so decades have been very focused on slim everywhere, so people are confused when people enjoy feminine curves. Don't ask me why. I find curves much more sexy. I mean, that's the thing, isn't it? Like, ideal beauty standards have changed massively over centuries. Pre-Raphaelites, you know, somebody was saying that they know why the Renaissance was just painting lots of naked ladies lying around on couches because they'd just come out of a pandemic and everyone had been trapped at home again. So yeah, I thought that was quite funny. But yeah, I mean, beauty standards have changed massively over the centuries, and I think it can be like some of the things that we tell. There's a study done recently where Instagram has been proven to be harmful for teenage girls or teenagers, not just girls, and yet it's still being marketed towards that demographic. And I just, yeah, it's, yeah, I mean, everybody's beautiful, like literally. There is nothing wrong with anybody's body, and being happy in your own skin is something that is very difficult to achieve. And I mean, I know I'm not. I want to be, and I'm getting there. But you know, I'm 42 and I'm still not 100% confident and happy in the way I look. But that's just my inner demons and things like that. But yeah, I like curves. But then I have some friends who are very, very, very thin and who struggle to put weight on and keep weight on. And she's constantly either being praised for being goals, of inspiration goals, or like being told that she needs to eat more and things like that. So people, I think what needs to change is that everybody's thought that they have the right to comment on anyone else's appearance for any reason. But yeah. Rachel Lynn says, in my house, we say I have a big old butt. My daughter has a itty bitty booty and my husband has back with a crack. So yeah, we enjoy the silliness of it all. I think that's good. Definitely. Caroline says, I'm trapped by, oh no, you told me how to say it and I've forgotten. Círdan, it's from Lord of the Rings, isn't it? He's gotten heavy. Oh, bless. Sal's here. G'day, Sean and Peeps. Sorry for being late. I've got a note. Gin and Pin says, I'm probably more Rubenesque. Yes. So I have some munchies. Not really meant to eat carrot, but we ran out of cucumber. So I wanted a little bit of something crunchy and cheese. And chorizo. Oh. I'm going to attempt to sew these today. I'm hiding behind my pattern while I finish my mouthful. I'm going to attempt to sew these today. I haven't cut out the interfacing for the waistband. But other than that, I've got everything cut out. Yeah, it'll be fine. It'll be, oh, that was a really nice mouthful. Caroline says, I'm definitely Rubenesque, although Sean can verify I've lost weight over lockdown. Not sure how. Yes. I definitely went the other way and put a lot on. Right. Let's stop waffling. Not too much. I'm just going to move you so that your wire isn't quite so restricted. That's better. Right. I haven't sewn on this since I made my wall Sorrento, so this definitely needs a good clean. And it's needle changing. And rethreading. And what colour thread am I going to use on that? I think I'm going to go for cream, which I'm going to need to find apparently. There we go. It's better. So Jeanette says, just moved out of bed and into the kitchen to watch you and have a cup of coffee. Thought I was being sneaky, but husband says, as I am tiptoeing out the door, tell the bad behaviour lady good morning. You're encouraging much fabric buying behaviour, hence bad behaviour. I'm so sorry. But good morning, husband. I'm not sorry at all. Not even a little bit. So I think I ended up cutting this bit out of yesterday's vlog, but I think I'm going to change my mind on what I'm going to work on this month. I had said I want to get a whole bunch of trousers done, and I do want to get a bunch of trousers done, but as we've discussed, I'm losing weight and I'm hoping to lose a little bit more weight, and I don't want to make trousers that are going to fit me now that won't fit me in a couple of months' time when I've hopefully lost the little bit extra that I want to lose. So I took down, as I mentioned, all of the patterns. So this one's going to be a sew along, so I need to do that one. But I also took down all like the dresses that I want to try. Now this one is going to be a jumpsuit, so that one can go away. But I'm thinking I might just work my way through these 3 dresses. I've been banging on for so long that I want to make them. And I think I might just do that. And then trousers next month. Because I really don't want to fit something to myself now and it then be too big in a matter of months. That would really upset me. So I'm not going to not make those trousers. I'm not going to completely chicken out of it because I do like and enjoy wearing trousers, as I've mentioned. But I really don't want to go to all the effort of fitting them for them just to be needing to be altered in a couple of months' time. And dresses, whilst will still need altering probably to fit me. Oh, come on. Slightly easier to do. So I'm thinking that's what I'm going to do with the rest of December once I've got the presents made. I think that's a reasonable. Because I tried my Decades of Style Empire waist trousers on and they're way too big for me now and need altering. So that's what made me think that maybe trouser making in the middle of a weight loss journey is maybe not the most sensible of ideas. And I don't want to lose loads. I mean, I'd like my 26-inch waist back, but if I don't get to that point, that's not the end of the world. And those vintage skirts will be rehomed that I showed you guys. It was so funny. At the beginning of the video, I was just like, yeah, I'm going to get rid of a whole bunch of stuff. Nothing that fits is going to go. And then it's just as I was getting them out, it was like, oh, but they're so beautiful and I love them. And if I lose weight and then I could get into them next year and I've sold them, I will be upset. So that was the reason behind that. Right, I'm going to go and get some thread and a tissue. Thread and tissue. I mean, I know this is technically my busiest time of year, but I've got lots of events and stuff to go to, which is really nice. And I want some pretty dresses for it. And I have lots of pretty dresses, I know. But if I don't make other dresses because I already have pretty dresses, then all this fabric is just going to sit there and do nothing. And that would be a shame. because I have so much beautiful fabric that really does deserve to be made up into very pretty dresses. And we all know that the majority of clothes that I wear and reach for are dresses. I think I've come to the realization as well that my pink 7537, is that the right number? Doesn't feel like the right number. I think it is 7537. I think it's right. Yeah, that pink dress. This is not the right color, but I haven't got an empty bobbin and there's only a little bit left on this one, so that's fine. Yeah, that dress needs to be rehomed and somebody else have it, because I love that pink color, but I don't think it's the best color on me. So I think I need to rehome that one. Okay. Let's catch up with chat. Let's see. Nimoy is laughing at the bad behavior comment. Elena says, I'm very sorry, but can you show one fabric from your stash? Been obsessed with it for months now. Elena, yes, sure. I'm going to carry on. I'll ask you in a second what that one is. Carolyn says, Sean, ha ha ha, I'm not sorry at all. No, I'm not. Jillian Pin says, I don't think I've done any sewing since September, but I treated myself to a spool of rainbow thread for my overlocker for a couple of projects. Nice. It is amazing. Yes. Johanna says, I'm in the same situation. I've lost weight and hope to continue, so not making pants and skirts right now. Yeah, I think that's reasonable. Nimue says, I completely understand your reluctance about trouser fitting as you rechanging shape. That's derailed my Make 9 plans this year as well. Yeah. Crockett TP says, morning. What on earth are shoulder dragons? Missed the beginning, catching up. I have got to make presents for 2 little girls. We're going to do this as a sew along. Lorianne gave me this pattern, as you can see. So they are awesome. Absolutely awesome. I've got them all cut out. I have the eyes for them. I just need stuffing. Tammy C says, do you have a video on your favorite sewing tools and how you organize them? I'd say that was actually my gift guide from last year. I should maybe rename that to my favorite sewing tools. But no, I don't have a. I'm just not gonna put my diary away after this one. I promise. I'm just gonna keep it out now. There's no way. I no point in keep putting this away. Right. Favorite sewing tools. You guys come up with the best ideas. Yep, added to the list. Yeah, I do like how this got bleached in the sun. Right, put that there. Oh, that's heavy tome. Right, so that's now done. Put this in. So that's threaded. Still need to put a needle on, but let's get this back on. There we go. More chat. Let's see. Charlie says, how lovely to have things that are much too big, much better than way too small. Happy to have elastic waist leggings. Yes. That's why I'm making these trousers, because the hips were always 55 inches, so they were going to fit me regardless. and the waist is elasticated at the back, and I altered the last lot. If I need to, I can do it again. So yeah. But like tailored trousers is what I'm like, the sorrel trousers. I really want to make those out of that wool, but I also really don't want to mess up and make them too big, because that wool, I can't get any more of it. So yeah. Nicholas says, afternoon Peeps and Sean, finally got sat down making shirts for prezzies on the 4th of the 4. Then I have a Dairy Milk Velvet Anna dress to make for myself. Oh wow, that sounds amazing. So sewing whilst listening, very nice, Nicola. Christine says, bonjour Sean and Peeps, so cold here and dusting of snow, 10 degrees below. Oh, brr. How is everyone doing? Watching lots of Vlogmases, love them all. Yes. I really want to watch more Vlogmases. I can't though. I am so busy during the day filming them all, and then in the evening editing it all, because as you know, they're longer videos. So I am religiously watching Rachel's every day because I really enjoy being nosy into Rachel's life. And then I'm keeping a list of all the other ones. I'm making like my own private playlist that I can pick and choose as I go, and probably will watch a lot during January. Because if I tried to watch them all, I wouldn't be able to actually do all my work. Christine says, totally get you or reasoning behind not doing the trousers. I'm finally losing some weight and I'm having my Guthrie and Garni ginger jeans and Sasha trousers and waiting until I am steady weight again. Yeah. Glad you guys think this is reasonable. Jen Pin says, I'm working on a whole load of Roscoe dresses because dresses because they all still fit when I lose weight. So I've lost 7 pounds so far. Nice. Renske says, hello everyone. Lovely pattern. Yes. Crockett TP says, oh, that's cute. It is indeed. Elena says, it's the light blue stripy one. It's behind the rack. You moved it recently. That one? Not there? That one? That's the Robert Kaufman Railroad denim. Or that one? The lace? So let me know, denim or lace? Jeanette says, I lost about 40 pounds during the pandemic and went from copper-coloured pixie haircut to grey, blonde, shoulder-length hair with bangs. Quite a change in looks, but still fight bad habits. Oh, wow, yes. And Elena says, Sean, you're the loveliest. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I'm going to have another mouthful of food whilst you let me know if it was lace or denim that you want to look at. Delicious. I've got a lot of this. Also got a mouthful now, sorry. So, I think I have 7 meters of this. And I've been umming and erring about whether to keep it or not. I bought it because it reminded me of self-portrait dresses. And I was thinking that I could make something self-portrait-like from it. I'll show you what I mean by self-portrait. Still got the American Duchess shoe tab open. Self-portrait lace dress. So images. Let's find. Yeah, so something. I was thinking I could make something like that with it. I got this from the textile centre. It was £8 per metre. I think I have 6 or 7 meters of it. I actually looking at it, I might even be able to cut it apart for trims. So I probably won't get rid of it. In fact, Let's find an edge. There's an edge. If I was careful, can I cut this apart for a trim? Because I'm just worried that it's all going to come unraveling. So let's just try a little bit. Yeah, I could totally cut this apart for trim. Which I think would end up be what I do with it, because when I got it, it was way thicker than I realized it was going to be. So, I mean, because I love this one and I spent a fortune getting this trim from Australia. Well, not this one, but like something similar to that. But yeah, I can cut it apart and it's not going to unravel. So I can use these as trims because it's a lot thicker than the type of lace that I think those self-portrait dresses are made from. I've never actually touched one in real life. You guys will notice that I didn't go to Selfridges my last London visit. Back in. Yeah, I didn't go to Selfridges on my last London visit because I chickened out, basically. Massively chickened out. I wanted to go, but I just freaked myself out about it. There's no reason that they're going to be mean to me. Why would they be mean to me? They don't know me from Adam. And even if they are mean to me, what does it matter? But yeah, I totally talked myself out of going. But I would like to go when I go back in January. And I would like to go and have a look at these things in real life because, like I say, I love self-portrait dresses, but I've never seen them in real life. So I have no idea how stiff the lace is. I mean, it looks like it has some volume to it because it's not drapey. But I also want to see how they finished it, how they put the zips in, you know, what techniques did they use so that I can copy them. So yeah. But I was considering selling that because it's so bulky and takes up so much room, and I'm just not sure if I'd want to do the thing with it that I think I'm going to do. But now realizing that, I mean, that is an incredible amount of trim because that thing's wide. And like I say, I have 6 or 7 meters of it. That's a lot of trim. But when you look at some of these Zimmermann dresses, that's one thing I'm worried about with the trim that I've bought. Because I've bought 2 sets of trim from Pit Trading, which I do think are Zimmermann dead stock. So I got this giant rickrack. So I've got the edge trim and then the insertion trim. And I also, this was the one that I particularly wanted, I got the circles, the edge, and then the circles insertion. But when you look at the Zimmermann dresses, which is what I would like to try and emulate, they have so much of that trim. And it's on fairly, you know, like wide skirts and things. So I don't know if I'm going to have enough to do the thing that I want to do with those ones. So the fact that I've got this now in my head as trim, yeah. Nimoy says, why does there always have to be cutting before sewing? I don't like cutting. I'm totally over here pouting. Oh, I don't mind cutting out too much. I think I get into cutting mode, especially now that the sewing room needs to be maneuvered into different configurations. Like once I've got it in cutting configuration, I'm just like, let's get as much done as possible so that I don't have to do this again for a while. Maybe that's it. So maybe I don't love cutting out. I don't think anyone does really, but I do enjoy getting a pile of projects prepared. So yeah. We all need to be rich enough so we can hire sewing assistants that could come and do the jobs that we don't like. Charlie says, "Oh, feeling so peckish." Jeanette says that would look beautiful as a panel in your jean jackets. Yes. Christine says, "Oh, lovely." Mim says the lace fabric is stunning. Yeah, you can see why I bought it because it was, like I say, £8, £7.99, £8 a meter, and it was just like, And the textile centre stuff does not stay around long. So I was like, ooh, I think I've got 7 meters because that was the last that they had left. And I knew I wanted to make a big skirt out of it, but I just don't, I can't, because I can't cut a circle skirt out of that. And I don't want to put a gathering into the top. I've kind of got to the point where I'm like, how do I get it to, yeah, see, like, I think theirs is panelled. I think that dress is panelled at the skirt because it's not gathered, and you know it couldn't be. So I think there are darts or panels for shaping in that one. So I want to see how they then finish the seams where they've put that together. Yeah. Charlie says, love that dress. Yes, the lace would be perfect. Tammy says, yes, I love that dress, self-portrait dress. Elena says, it's even more gorgeous, and that dress that you showed will be awesome for that lace. Jin and Pin says, I quite like cutting out. My pet hate is transferring all the markings. Yeah. Jane says, that's a lot of trim. It is a lot of trim. Yeah. Una says, anyone know what it's called? Why it's called self-portrait dress? Why would Selfridges be mean to you? Oh, those trims are lovely. The name of the brand is Self-Portrait. I think it's Mr. Self-Portrait. I think it's a guy who owns it. But yeah, that's the name of the brand. They do loads of different dresses. And for a while, their shtick was like all the lace dresses. So lots of different varieties on a theme of like those fancy lace dresses. Okay. So yeah, that one, lots of insertion trim in between the cutting of the lace. And again, that's all panels into the waist. I need to see one of these in real life and see what the understructure looks like and how they've done that, because that's quite thick. And I don't think, maybe it is this thick. That's why I want to go and see. Because if they can do it, I can do it. But I think my lace might be too thick. There's no reason that Selfridges would be mean to me. I want to go and look at really expensive stuff and try on really expensive stuff, and I just have this thing in my head that they're going to be like when Monica buys those really expensive boots and she's like, oh yeah, the lady in the shop was all snooty and like, these are too expensive for you, and she was like, yeah, she bought them anyway. Yeah. Charlie says, loving those trims. Thank you. Linda says to Nimue, I'll happily come over and cut for you, and you could sew for me. Lol. I do like sewing, but I love cutting out. Jin and Pin says, that's what we need to like crowdsource the different bits that people like doing, don't we? Jin and Pin says, I've got 3 lots of needle cord to wash, then iron. Might have to borrow your dad. P.S. I've got a different cat on my lap now. Rare occurrence for Calpurnia. Oh, lovely. Jeanette says, like Julia Roberts in Pretty Woman. Yes, completely. Just like that. There is absolutely no reason that they're going to be mean to me. There is none. There is absolutely no reason. No reason at all. I mean, I can't afford the things that I'm trying on. I know I can't. And I wouldn't buy them even if I could, I don't think. I probably would buy knitwear, because as amazing as my mum's knitwear is, and I would still ask for knitwear from my mum, she can't knit at the rate that I want. So yeah, I probably would buy Zimmerman knitwear because I do think it's gorgeous. The ruffle schmuffle top that she's just finishing up now is completely Zimmerman inspired, I think. So yeah. Jojo says, I love cutting out, weirdo, haha, but then I haven't come across a sewing job I don't enjoy yet. Genuinely weird, right? Yes. Christine says, I can see that the lace is sort of a pleated and gathered skirt. Yes, but it's too thick for that. That's the trouble. It is really chunky. It really is chunky. Oh, yeah. The Crazy Real Vintage Thrifter says, hi, super happy to have made it to the live chat. Don't forget to hit the like button below. Yes, 147 of us now and 55 likes. Nimaway says, we'll have to come back to work sharing plans once international shipping is no longer the nightmare it is right now. Cherry says, I'll bind the quilts. Awesome. Awesome. I like this. Right. Needle. I need a needle. Can't sew without one, can I? Okay. This is one of my favourite sewing tools. And I'm surprised that every machine doesn't come with one of these. It's like this is a multi-purpose tool for this machine specifically. Like this bit does this, but there's a little hole that's needle shaped, so it's got the flat back and the rounded front. So it's a needle holder which helps you thread or like place your needle into your machine correctly. And I remember Lynn was asking about things that would work for threading the needle, actually putting your needle into your machine. And it was kind of like, doesn't every machine come with something like that? I mean, and so I mentioned it to her and then got the fear that I got it wrong, because sometimes it's the end of your brush, but it's the end of the brush for my overlocker is what has the little hole in it. But yeah, one of those needle holders for threading purposes. That is definitely one of my favorite sewing tools. And I am threading this manually, even though I have an automatic thread on this, because they only guarantee that it will work on 80 or larger needles, and I'm using a size 70. And I've just gotten into the habit of threading it myself. Thinks I've got a different foot on, so I have to tell it I've got the correct foot. Because if you have you have to tell this machine stuff. Come on, pick up the thread. Don't make me thread the bobbin again. Oh, you little bugger! It's going to make me thread the bobbin again. Yeah, you have to tell this machine stuff. But once you've told it, so like you tell it which foot you've put on. So at the moment I've got the 1D on, and the D is for the dual feed. Let me just tip you down a little bit. Yeah, the D is for this dual feed, so it's kind of like an inbuilt walking foot. And the D on the foot means that there's space in the back for the little walking foot bit to come down and actually slot into the foot itself. So I've told it I've got the 1D on, but it thought I had the number 5 on because that was the previous foot I had on it before I turned the machine off. And the needle, if I put the needle down in the central position on the number 5 foot, would have hit the middle of the foot and shattered the needle. So it's like, no, you may not. See, I'm pulling my tights up again. Ugh. Annoying, very annoying. So yeah, this machine's amazing. You just need to tell it, like you can tell it which different stitch plates you've put on. You can tell it what type of needle it's got in it. Tell it all sorts of different things, and it will just be like, okay, cool, no worries. And then it will catch things like that. So yeah, tip you back a little bit. Nimue says, my cutting dislikes come back to the lack of surface at the right height and my wrist issues. Yeah. Jeanette says, I'm thinking you could base the laced panels to thin ribbon for structure. That could work. Yeah. Yeah. I really just want to go and see these things in real life and see how they've done them. Kim says, I will prep and cut out anyone's quilts. Just need to find someone to quilt them on my long arm. Mum would do that for you in a heartbeat. Caroline says, my faff has a tool like that. Nice. Yeah, I thought they were just standard with machines, but yeah, Lynn didn't have one. Or if she did, maybe she hadn't found, but I think she bought one. Teresa says, I have sewn on a Benina 8 series since 2008. So excited to see someone else using this wonderful machine. It's my baby. I love it. Mum has the 880 plus. I've got the 830. I love it so much. I am definitely in the market for an 820 as my backup machine, which is excessive. I mean, I would totally take another 830, but I don't need 2 embroidery units. So, yeah. Crockett TP says, I use one for my serger overlocker. It came with the machine, but I've seen them on Amazon and at Joann's this weekend. The needle holder threader thingy. Yeah. Kate E says, back from lunch, catching up with the chat. Hi all again. Hello, welcome back. And Kathy says, good morning, Sean and Peeps. And Kate E says, oh, and yes, to not enjoying the cutting out stage, like you, Nimoy, it's because my cutting setup is rubbish. Nimoy says, I'd love to. Right. Okay, I think I've procrastinated enough, haven't I? But I am going to excuse myself for a second and pull these stupid bloody tights up again. I think I have got the wrong size. That's got to be what it is, because they just won't stay up and it's really annoying. Right, put that over there. Get my glass of water, which I left by the front door. That was silly, but now I have it. Might eat a little bit more as well because I'm hungry. I'm always hungry. I'm always hungry. Kind of tempted to get those Scubas out of my stash and just... I remember Rachel sent me one of them. Jeanette says it puts take those tights off and throw them under your serger, fix them up. I think they're too wide. I think that's the problem. Well, we shall see. Bethany's here. Hey peeps, I can join back in on a Sunday hangout as I have a new job and no longer work weekends. Yay, it's so lovely to see you. Charlie says, I always used to cut out on the floor, but nowadays if I got out my wheelchair, I would never get back in. Lol. Oh wow, yeah. I used to cut out on the floor as well. I am so grateful for this giant table that Dad made for me. So grateful. It is awesome. It does take up a lot of room, but it's totally worth it. Totally worth it. But I do appreciate that not everybody has a space that like this that they can fit in a dedicated table that is literally just for cutting out fabric. Nimue says, I'd love it if my local makerspace could acquire a long arm quilting machine. I mean, we have an electron microscope taking up most of one room. A long arm sounds reasonable, right? Very reasonable. Kim says, hi everyone, hubby just bought me a coffee and 2 Jaffa cakes. I'm so not going to lose weight at this rate. Debbie's here. Hi everyone, I have that problem with any tights, not just snag, but that's because I have very little legs. Yeah, I mean, that's the whole point with snag though, isn't it? That they're sized. I have a size D. I'm thinking I might be getting the wrong size. I'm going to email them and just say, am I doing this wrong? Because it's really bugging me. And obviously it's tight wearing season because there is no way it can have bare legs. Sarah says, good morning from California. Good morning. Charlie says, well done to the FWIF. Tables needed for all. Yes. Yes, as soon as it's finished, I'm going to do my sewing room tour, and then I'm also going to do a cutting table tour and get Dad to talk about what he'd actually done and used and how he made it all, because yeah, it's all his brainchild. Yeah. Right, I'm going to eat a bit more food. I am going to get the Scuba out. Now, I know I've only got 2 meters of this one, which is why it's still in Scuba form, because I bought this one ages ago. But I don't know what to make with 2 meters, so I need to have a look and see if I can get my 9199 out of 2 meters. I don't think I can. I would love to make this dress out of it, but there's definitely not enough. This is the one that was sent to Cara in error. And you can see why I went for it, because it's got leaves. And then somewhere has, where is the other? Sea turtle! So yeah, this Colville sent that to Cara in error. and she put it on her vlog, and she was just like, does anyone want it? And I snapped her hand off. I was like, yes, I do, give it to me. It's absolutely gorgeous, and I think it's going to make a really nice one of these dresses. And then I've got this one, which, now that I'm thinking about it, I'm pretty sure was a gift from Rachel. I'm pretty sure. And because I don't remember buying this, but I think it was a gift from Rachel. So I'm going to have those out, and when I'm cutting out next, which will be after I've made my shoulder dragons, I am going to get those cut out and made up, because I want they're quite bulky, as you can see. I'm wondering now if I can get my other knits all into one. Procrastinating sewing because I want to keep eating. I'm going to have another mouthful of cheese. I'm just a floating head at the moment, aren't I? Kate E says, I pull my snag tights up high and wedge them under my bra. Holds them up well. Looks very odd, but I suspect, but I'm not in the habit of just wearing the tights and bra on their own, so that's fine. Nice. Charlie says, leaves and parrots and sea turtles. Wow, I know, right? Sarah says, does anyone have any suggestions for a knit cami pattern? I know I saw a nice one during an Indie Company Black Friday sale, but I foolishly skipped it. Oh, knit camisole. The one that immediately springs to mind is the pattern that Gertie did for Butterick, which I think Simplicity have re-released. Nimoy says 2 meters because work as a simple jumper dress. I made a summer one from 1.7 meters of jersey, and that wasn't even from one length. Oh, I've got. I'm not going to get distracted. Come on. I'm totally getting distracted. Are you going to fit in there? Oh, it's all messed up at the back. How's that happened? What's going on? One of the fabrics had got rucked up. Okay, we can do this. That's better. Right, there's actually one in here that I'm considering. No, I'm going to keep it because I'm going to use it for wearable muslin fodder. So, how are we going to do this? Really trying to consolidate everything. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to get all of these in here. Oh, I bought this to make a Dirindo Sirocco out of. Kind of got the fear about it though. Same with this one. I don't think that light background would be great. A great idea. So, actually, let's think about it. That one and that one need to go into a different stash. These need to go into this one because these are the cotton jerseys for the lighter fabrics for the 7319 dress. They go in there. Sorry, I know you didn't come to see me reorganize fabric, but kind of in the mood after yesterday. Okay, so I've got a few jerseys. Left to try and squeeze it in. I don't think they're going to fit though. Aww. Oh. Yay! Yay! I've got an empty cubbyhole. I'm going to put these back up there for now, just so they're out of the way, but I am going to cut those out in the next cutting out session to sew them up. And then this is something that can go back in there. It's that Mimi G dress that colour blocked. Yeah, I'm going to cut those out the next time I do a cutting out session. And technically, there is still one in there as well. Ugh. That means I can move some more patterns over, which is great. Caroline says, Ceradan, still probably saying that wrong, is watching very carefully with the fabric. Gin Pin says, it's a bit wasteful, but I made a scuba circle skirt from Stitch Sisters tutorial. It took 2 meters. I have done that. I've made the 5-panel circle skirt, and I think that's what that one at the bottom there is going to be. That 2 meters is going to be a circle skirt. Nimue says to Sarah, I think Itch to Stitch has one, knitted camisole pattern. Linda says, Sian, I haven't forgotten to send you keto cookies and cake recipes. I was retrying them to make sure I give you the best ones. Tough job, lol. And then I got pinched, inflamed nerve in my wrist. Oh no, you poor thing. And no worries at all. I haven't got any time for baking this at the moment whatsoever. I would like to try them when I'm up in London in January. Yeah, so again, I'm in London till the 10th of January, and then I go again on the 10th of February. So no rush. Elena says, I hope my wallet will survive next trip to the fabric store after this hangout. Sorry. Oh, guys. Now, I said I wasn't going to buy any more Scuba. But when I've been wearing these dresses, I have been linking wherever possible to the fabric if the fabric's available, because you guys always ask, where did I get the fabric from? And more often than not, it's not available anymore. So I won't have listed it. But the Scubas majority of them are from Fabric Styles, which website I'm looking through now, and they do have the majority of them still in stock. So I was looking through for the grey marble one that I was wearing the other day, and very innocently browsing for particularly that fabric to link into the video so that I was being helpful. And I have that one already. I just saw one and I'm like, oh, and I was like, no, I have a dress in that already. I mean, I could spend a fortune on here. Oh, that one's pretty too. So many pretties, but it's probably right at the bottom of the list. Sorry about this. Where is it? Oh gosh, they've got some new ones in, and they are stunning. Page 2. Yeah, I'm not going to buy any more Scuba because I have 14 of these dresses and then 9199s. I think I have about 5 or 6 of those, and I don't need any. Oh, leaves. I don't need any more. I do not need anymore. Oh, they've got the Scuba, the marble, but in blue colorway. Do not need any more. Keep saying that to myself, but let's see, where is it? Please don't have sold out after all of this build up, because I really need to show them. I mean, technically, I do actually have room in my Scuba dress drawer. There is room for about another 5 dresses, and then I've got another drawer that's basically just got 1 cardigan in it. So there is room. Oh, no. Keep. Ooh. Oh Oh, so pretty. But no, I'm looking for one in particular. Oh, that's, so many pretty. I saw this one. And I need 3 meters of it. And it's £7.50 a meter. Look how beautiful. I mean, as you just heard with all the umming and ahhing that I was doing just now, there are many, many, many Scubas on there that I don't own and would like to. But this dress in that fabric. Fabric stars, what are you doing to me? Sarah says, to them away, this was the one that I saw before. That's perfect. Thank you. Awesome. You guys, the hive mind is brilliant. Christine says, Elena, lol, I work in a fabric store. There's a new fabric store I showed you guys on the Goldhawk Road, and I said to them, I was like, I couldn't work here because I wouldn't end up making any money. I couldn't own a fabric store because I'd never sell anything. It'd be like, my precious. Nimue says, welcome to Elena. No, to Sarah, sorry. Elena says to Christine, I am so jealous. Linda says, Sean, do you have access to monk fruit or there's something sweetener? I've heard of it, but I can't pronounce it. Sugar-free chocolate chips, egg white protein powder, whey protein powder, xanthan gum, or lupin flour. Probably, if I find it online, yes. In London, way more likely, definitely. Karen says, so excited that you're going to be doing Shoulder Dragon Sew Along. Joanne's have Simplicity pattern sale, but all I could find was the R11191 pattern, which looks very similar. Will that work? Let me have a look, because sometimes they have display numbers that are different to the catalogue numbers. R11191. That's coming up as female under. Ah, there it is. This one. Oh, he's so cute. Oh. I would imagine, looking at it, that there are some slight differences where the legs get attached, but I would imagine that the principle is pretty much going to be the same. So I think you'll be good. Jennifer says, good morning, lovely people. Good morning, Jennifer. And Nimue says, when are we ever mad about you playing with your pretty fabric? Just hold them up to the camera so we're as happy as can be. I love my stash. Also empty that so I can move some patterns over, which does mean that I need to try and find a new home for the fluff. Didn't think that through. Ooh, I could put the fluff where the cotton lawn is and move the cotton lawn over. So then because the fluff goes with the coating fabrics, which are there now. That makes sense. Charlie says Nimue is absolutely correct. Linda says, Sean, are there flavours you dislike, like coconut, white chocolate, nutmeg, etc.? Just coffee. Don't like coffee. Wilson doesn't like cherry. And he doesn't like dried fruit, but I don't think you can have that. You can't have that for keto anyway, can you? No, just coffee. No coffee. Nimue says that's gorgeous. Yeah. I think you're talking about this one. Yeah. I think I might need that. Christine says you've definitely got to get that one, Sean. Jennifer says go ahead and buy it. It's Christmas. Rachel Lynn says get it. I mean, honestly, there's always new collections to be started. Elena says in January we'll have sales in our fabric shops and then I will have fun. There will be a lot of fabric for €5 per meter. Nice. Alison says happy Sunday, Shine and Peeps. It's now Monday in my part of the world. How is Chiana today and how is the trip to London with her? Are you thinking of getting a kitty pram? No, I probably won't. If I ever got more than one cat, then yes. But just for her, I'm going to stick with her bag because she likes her bag. Yeah, she's not overly a fan of like getting into it, but she just growls at me and gets in rather than like, and when she's at the vets, she just stays in there. But I don't think that's exclusive to Gianna. She's very good though. She's been curled up with me all morning, and I was going to bring her down today, but it's a little bit chilly down here and she's nice and toasty up there, so I've left her be. Alison says, Sean, buy that Scuba fabric. Nimue says, have you considered vacuum bags for the fluff? They do make small ones, should save space, makes them easier to move and less shedding. I hadn't. Yeah. Look at my pile of dead Fraggle in here after cutting it out. And I did the thing that you're meant to do. I cut it out from the back and I drew around the pattern pieces, and then I used a razor blade to cut around it, so I'm not cutting the actual fluff, but still lots of fluff came off. Laura says the shoulder dragon pattern is made by BZ Art. You can go to their website and download a PDF pattern. Oh, brilliant. Thank you, Laura. And Jeanette says, oh no, just went onto Fabric Star's website for the first time. This is not good. Sorry, not sorry. Yeah, there's another one, purple pattern. This is the trouble. I want this one, and I want the purple pansies, and I want the floral tropical ones, and they've got a leafy one, and then see, like, that's beautiful. Oh, that would make an amazing dress. But I have a navy dress, but the flowers on my navy dress are pink and those ones are red toned. Oh, it's company colors and leaves in one fabric. Oh my goodness. Where's the purple pansy one? That's the other one that I really, really want. Oh, it's not on this page, but yeah. Yeah, it doesn't end with just one. Oh, like these roses. Oh, how pretty is that one? That would make a gorgeous dress as well. Shouldn't go onto this website. Jeanette says the black base floral would look beautiful on you. Thank you. And Caroline says love the pansies, but Debbie does too. Oh yeah, the pansies are purple, aren't they? Let me see if I can find the pansies. Oh, they keep bringing out all these beautiful new fabrics, and just like this one, geometric roses. I need them all. It would make my autumn winter wardrobe much larger rather than just 14 dresses. I don't need more of these. I need them. Yeah, I have serious issues. I mean, we all know this though, don't we? This is not a surprise to any of you. Where is the purple pansies? I was thinking of doing the 7538 sew along with the purple pansies with a black center in them. There it is. It's called Eglantine. And then also, I mean, I'm wearing a different print, but somebody's just come up. Caroline, some dresses to keep in London. Yes, genius idea. Jeanette says FS008 tropical leaf print. Assuming you already have this one, probably not. I think I know the one you mean. I don't think I do have that one. We're all just going to be egging each other on to buy fabric now, aren't we? I do have this one. Oh, no wonder I like that other one, because it's red version of it. I love this one, and I bought this twice. I made a short dress out of it, and then when I decided that I looked awful in short dresses, I then bought it in again another 3 meters to remake one of these dresses. I can't see it. Hang on. FS, where is it? FS008. I think I know the one you mean. I don't have it. It was another one that I was considering getting for the 7538 so long. Oh, it's not the one I thought you meant. Either of them. Yeah. But yeah, I've got to stop looking at Scuba fabric, so I shouldn't buy more. Aishi So says is lovely. Caroline says some dresses to keep in London. Yeah, that's such a good idea. Nimue says fabric styles is dangerous. I'm almost glad I have postage and customs to consider now. Unless I really want something, then I curse the customs. Oh, wow. Yeah. Kathleen says you got to quit looking and then you won't be tempted. Yep. Charlie says all those pansies. Yes. And Linda says, thanks, Sean. That makes things easy. You definitely do need all of the fabric. Oh, you guys are not helping. You're not helping. No. I can't procrastinate anymore. What's it called when you're procrastinating by looking at fabric? I know there's procrastinating. I'm definitely not procrastinating. Right. So I do need the instructions for these because they go together in a weird way, which is actually quite clever, but it's not like the usual way that I would sew trousers together. Right. Yeah, so I have to sew the fronts together along the crotch seam. Is that the front? No, that's the back. Yeah, I'm making the summariest pair of trousers ever right now, because of course I am. Now, I also need to transfer over some markings. You're hiding my pins. Come here, pins. How dare you hide my pins? I mean, technically, I didn't actually need that. I could have done it with the pin that was already in the thing. Oh, dear. I have snipped into the top. Yes. Right. It's only a very little carrot. It actually doesn't taste that nice. I would have rather cucumber, but we ran out. I wonder if it's... no, it doesn't taste that nice. I think I'm going to save the rest of that carrot for the dog. She loves carrots. More cheese though. Right, French seams, because of course. Is it even a garment if it's even it not been French seamed to within an inch of its life? Jeanette says FS008-2 for the fabric. I'll look it up later because I could spend a long... there isn't a search function on the mobile app, and I could get very sidetracked. Rachel Lynn says, going back up to a while ago, if you started keeping track of sewing challenges, will you post them? Will you then post them somewhere? I want to do some too and always forget about it and really want to do it. The little red dress one. Yes. Yes, I will. I will do a pinned post at the top of the Peeps group for that month's sewing challenge that I'm going to take part in. Because I'm sure there's more than one that goes on. But yeah, if anyone then wants to take part in the same one, because there's a so the 1940s look, isn't there? I think as well. So yeah, definitely. Jeanette says procrastinating. And Kathleen says procrastinating as well. Great minds think alike. Nicholas says, Sean, how long did your advent take to come from Australia, and did you have to pay customs? No, I didn't have to pay customs. It was under the £135 threshold, and it did take a while. I think about 2 weeks. Sal said it's called being Sean during a live stream. Yeah. Jennifer says, please remember to like the video. 72 likes and 125 peeps in the chat. Oh, we're up to 121 peeps and 84 likes. Charlie says, it's called giving in to temptation. Charlie, stop it. Eve. Look, I've got to repurchase the Cobra Corsage for remaking the 7319. Because your daughter has that one, doesn't she? Jin and Pin says, it would be serious if you were screenshotting the fabric or noting them down as in the planner. So far, I classed it as daydreaming. I don't need to do that because when it comes to fabric, I don't forget. So yeah, I think I do need that leafy one. I really don't need it though, do I? Oh, I don't need it for $22.50 for a dress though. $22.50 for the fabric plus postage. Oh, I think that's the other thing that I do is I tend to go on and buy over £50 for the free postage. I think it's £50 on that site. Ooh, don't need it, but I want it. Lottie says, hi, sorry, I'm only just joining. Welcome, Lottie. H says, off to buy that eglantine now. Tell them I sent you. If enough of you go and buy stuff, they might give me like an affiliate link. That would be great. Then I could afford some fabric. Jeanette says, oh, yes, you do. Elena says, it's called strategic planning. Lottie says, when are you next at the dentist? Can you wait until then? 22nd of January, and probably not, no. Right, let me go and turn the iron on, and then I'll start showing the seam. I don't need it. I want it. We are 1 hour, 48 minutes and 29 seconds into the stream, and I'm starting to sew. I think I've managed entire streams where I've just sat and chatted though, so you know, at least there's some sewing happening. Let's move those over there, weight that down, make sure everything is even. Okay. Oh, foot pedal was in the wrong orientation. Don't want that. Okay, I am French seaming these. This is the linen chambray fabric. And it's actually not fraying too badly, but I would also imagine that it would fray horribly if I wash it without trying to treat the seams. in some particular finishing fashion. And as you guys know, I don't like overlocking the inside of my woven garments. And that's only because I was scared of my overlocker for the longest time. And by the time I had finally plucked up the courage to use it, I had discovered my love of French seams and bias binding. So now I French seam everything, or line it, fully line it. When I fully line it, I tend to not even pink the edges of my raw seams, but then they're completely encased in lining. So I've always found that that's not a problem. Okay, so I'm going to trim this down. Then I'm going to go press it, which is why I turned the iron on before I started this. Then sew the other side, and then we need to put in the front pot pleat. And I'm actually thinking about it. I'm going to go and measure where the pleat comes to, because I have marked it in with a friction pen right next to where I'm going to iron. Which is not the most intelligent thing, but never mind. Right. I'm going to need to go and get some kind of receptacle for my scraps as well, my offcuts, because I haven't got a bag at the moment. I've packed it up for Janet for dog bed stuffing, so I need to get myself another one, and I thought I had one down here, which is why I didn't bring one, and I don't. So that was silly. Okay. So it's 3 inches. Right, so I'm going to go press this. I'm going to take a gobful of food while I do it, because I won't need to talk while I'm doing that. Wow. Talk amongst yourselves. This presses really beautifully as well. So usually I sew up each leg first and then sew the crotch seam together, but because of the way that this pattern's constructed, you do the side sew, sewing up those side seams at the very last thing. So this press is lovely. Carolyn says, I recently bought fabric that I have eyeballed for over 3 years. I have no idea what to do with it. Yeah, I have some of that. Charlie says, justifying the difference between need and want versus have to have it. Carolyn says to Charlie, sometimes you need it because you want it. Yeah. Rachel Lynn says, all right, I have to go get ready for church. Have a wonderful Sunday. You too, Rachel Lynn. And Charlie says to Caroline, yes. Caroline's given all the big thumbs up. Gin and Pin says, it's been lovely, Peeps, but I'm off to the shops for Sunday dinner, and I want some cotton yarn to experiment with weaving tea towels this week. Oh, I meant to say, that shawl that you've just finished, the pinky creamy one, is amazing. Absolutely amazing. And I loved your rundown on it as well. The kind of like the weaver in me, the sewer in me, the knitter in me. Wow, it was beautiful. Such a beautiful. You really ought to follow on Instagram, Jenny Pins on Instagram. Like, brilliant. But yeah, I'm really excited to see how the details come out. Nice. Right, let's get this seam sewn. Then we can press it. And yeah, I'm up to date with the chat. So that's good. So what I'll do with this crotch seam is I'll press the front one way, I'll press the back one in the opposite direction so that I can nest them at the under leg part where they join. Julian Pierce says, thank you, so made up with it. I can imagine, it looks beautiful. You definitely need to follow her on Instagram, guys. Would you mind putting it in the Peeps group as well so we can see in there for those that don't have Instagram? Although, is there anyone that doesn't have Instagram in this day and age? I mean, obviously there is, I know that. Need to remember to bring down a rubbish bag with me. Actually, there's a giant fat pigeon. Oh my gosh, that thing is huge out there. It's a monster pigeon. Actually, let's see. I won't put her on speakerphone just in case. Oh, she says, sorry, I don't do Facebook. Okay. Would it be okay if I shared it on Facebook? You can feel free to say no. Hello. Hello. Are you coming down at all today? I'm just having my lunch. I just got back from walking the dog. Right. And then hopefully give you a back. Oh, exciting. Would you also be able to bring like a Tesco's carrier bag for me for my fabric scrap rubbish? I don't know where they are. It doesn't necessarily have to be a Tesco's one. It's just that they're slightly sturdier. Not the really sturdy ones like my Joanne bags, like the sort of like 10p plasticky ones. Okay, would one of anything for my fabric scrap receptacle would be wonderful. Thank you. Okay, bye. She's coming down in a little bit. She's just having a lunch. Jen Pin says, yes, I can share it. Brilliant, thank you. And Charlie says the pigeon is just fluffed up against the cold. I think it's a really fat pigeon that's fluffed up. It's huge. It's utterly enormous. I mean, it is fluffed up, yes. But they are, we do put a lot of bird food out, as you guys know, and the pigeons are very happy. So we do end up with some fairly chunky pigeons. I've done better with the crotch depth this time. I think I have. I took ½ an inch off. Might need to take a little bit more off, but never mind. This is my first time working with the linen chambray, and I like it a lot so far. This is nice. Very nice. Right. Did I just erase my mark? Might have done. Never mind. Still there on this side. Sew in my box pleat, because that's what I've got to do next, isn't it? Yes, and then put in the other pleats. So first pleat in. Now I need to put in the other ones and they're to go away from the center front. How are we doing with the, let's see. Charlie says, oh, I've read that one. Charlie says, I have plump pigeons, a lame magpie and one-legged robin. I have an inclusive garden here. Lol. Oh, lovely. Yeah, Mum's really excited when the robins turn up and the little goldfinches. And the bird feeders outside of the sewing room are actually the ones that get the most action. There's a little robin out there right now. Hello, little dude. Hi. Yeah, I think all the goldfinches have gone now, but we still have our little robins and blackbirds. Oh, it's 3 robins. This could become birdwatch. I haven't seen any red squirrels in this part of the islands, which is sad. I do miss the red squirrels on the bird feeders. But we're also not really near any proper woodland. We've got some woodland a little further away, but it is a little further away than the one we used to have in the last house. Sorry, anyway. Elena says, after today, I now remember why I don't like making hexagon quilts. My table runners doesn't match perfectly. Oh, no, it's okay. Doesn't need to, well, I mean, no, doesn't need to be perfect. It just needs to, you need to be pleased with it. But yeah, I'm sorry, it's not matching up the way you want it to be. Gillian Pin says, I think my next Instagram post will be about my loom. Nice. Sarah says, I would have thought linen chambray would be stiffer, less drapey. What you're holding looks so fluid and drapey. I know, right? It's really, that's why I'm making these trousers out of it. I've never really worked with linen before. Mind you, I've just been sitting here clutching it in my sweaty little palms and it's already creased. So, but we know this. Charlie says, Gillian Pins, I am now following you on Instagram. Isn't that thing amazing? And the shawl scarf thing that she's wove. What's the correct terminology? Alex is here. Hi, Peeps and Sean. Have been watching for a while but couldn't comment. Hi, lovely. I still need to send you measurements, don't I? I'm such a moron. Sorry. Sean, you make the best pretty fabric noises. I make those noises a lot when you post the fabrics that you've been getting as well, Alex. Your new leggings supply looks amazing. Okay. So making my pleats. Pleats are made on one side. Yeah, make the pleats on the other side. Oh, have I fluffed up? I think I've missed a snip for one of my pleats. That's annoying, but it's all right. We can put it in. I always try and make my snips for notches really small, and I clearly just missed a layer of fabric when I was doing this one. Just cheat it in from the other side. There we go. It's better. So I'm pleating away from the center front. Way. One. And pleat number 2. I'm really pleased that I've remade these trousers because they are just so comfy. Right, so I need to baste my pleats into place. They're not remotely appropriate for the season we are in, but I did wear the green ones. I've left them up in London, but I wore them in London in the flat because it was nice and warm in the flat with the new apartment. Baste. Then I need to go and press these, and then I need to press my box pleat flat as well so I can baste that into place. And then it's pocket time. Does anyone watch Evan and Caitlin? Resin time, resin time, do 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 do, resin time. It's pocket time, pocket time, do 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 do, pocket time. They're also where I got the words are hard from. They do make me giggle. Okay. Okay, and one last bit of basting, then we can go press. Iron is still on, which is good. It hasn't reset yet. Okay, I'll be back in a second. Okay. Baste everything, press everything. Okay. Yeah, this fabric's really nice. I have a feeling these trousers might be a little bit sheer, but you know what? Never mind. You can always get nude coloured underwear, can't you? Which I will, because these are going to be pretty. Very pretty indeed. Right. Let's put that down flat so that I can baste this into place. Then I'm going to trim off all these excess threads because there's a lot of thread going on here. Okay. Elena says, it's okay. I made the last one maybe 15 years ago. Oh, what were we talking about? Quilts. Yeah, I really need to finish that quilt. My Lone Star quilt. Just needs all the boring quilting bits doing to it. I'm trying to think if I can persuade Mum, but it's the boring bits. I've done all the pretty bits. It needs a lot of like straight line grids, and I've decided on 1/4 inch grid spacing, so it's going to be really boring to do. So I really don't think Mum's going to say yes to that. I use my embroidery unit to quilt like all the feathers and stuff in, which was really quite fun to do. Right. Keep going to put those in a bin that's not there. Okay, so trouser pocket time now. Pockets. So I need my pockets bag linings. These little doodads. That can go in there. How are we doing with the chat? Charlie says woven. Yes, it is amazing. Yes, woven. Thank you. And the scarf that Jen and Pins has made. Yes. Alex says, I'm making leggings now and my sister is sending me the most amazing fabric ever, or bringing it over if she can travel for Christmas. Oh, so cool. Charlie says, I love that nothing sewing related ever worries you. Sometimes. Do I hide it well then? Jennifer says, it's only 8 AM here, so keep falling asleep sitting because some cat won't name names. Penny got me up really early. Oh, Penny. And Charlie says, Evan and Caitlin love their epoxy projects and their efforts to please their cat, the supervisor. Yes. Joop. Ham. Want Ham. She has the best voice ever. Yeah, no, I love them. They are so funny. Right. So, actually not going to French seam this because I sew it a couple of times and trim the edge off, and then it never gets seen again. So I'm not going to French seam this bit. I know, shocking. But I don't want any bulk in this area. Even though this is a super lightweight fabric, I do not want it to add any bulk. So, just going to pin these into place, sew them, press them, understitch them. Well, actually understitch them, press, because I prefer to do it that way around. But it's completely up to you which way you prefer. Slightly worried that these are going to show through the trousers, but you know what? I love the fact that these trousers have pockets in them, so slightly visible pockets is just going to maybe end up being a thing. If these end up being too sheer for me to even wear with just nude underwear, I am going to line them. I've got some Rushland Herond crepe up there that I want to make a very similar pair of trousers with, and I think that I'm going to have to line that one as well. So yeah, and again, it won't be too difficult just to smoosh in the lining a little bit later. Somebody did say about, like, you know, how you have a petticoat, like a trouser lining pant, a separate thing that you just put on, put on, and then you put your trousers on. Whilst I love that idea, I also not sure. I don't know. I think it's a very clever idea. Maybe I ought to try and have a look into it. It's just the extra layer of bulk at the waist. These pins is trying to stab me. Stop it. So it's sewing me pocketses. Seam allowance on this is 5/8 of an inch unless told otherwise. And they say nothing about another seam allowance, so 5/8 of an inch it is. Just trying to think if I'm going to carry on sewing this afternoon or kind of like have an afternoon off after the hangout. I suppose it depends how long the hangout goes on for, because I would like to watch more than one episode of Lost in Space. I'm very much enjoying it. But then I'm going to have 2 weeks off from the 24th, so, and the more I get done today, the more I can sew dresses. Because I have got to get the shoulder dragons done, the hoodie done, and the beach pajamas done before I can move on to whatever I want to make. You guys made that point very well in the comments of the December sewing plans video. And you are completely correct. Okay. Understitching time. Julie says, I've been watching for a short while, found this interesting, thank you. Can I change things so the chat comes in at the top so I can watch the video at the same time, please? Many thanks. I don't know. I think there might be ways of like altering the way that the chat appears on your screen, but I don't want to fuss with it now because I don't want to accidentally turn anything off whilst I'm live streaming. Anybody else got any answers to how you can customize how the stream appears? I don't know. But if anyone has any answers, that would be lovely. Thank you. Nimoy says, if you made the petty pants, I'm sticking with it. Low-waisted, the bulk would be well distributed, and I plan to do that with my petticoats for that very reason. Yeah. I'm just worried that they're then independent of the other thing, and I'm worried that they're going to get twisted and stuff, because I've had stuff like that happen before where things get twisted when they're not attached, and it really gets uncomfortable. I don't know. I'm sure it's a good idea, and I'm sure there is a way of making it work. I don't know. Laurel, Natalie says, if you like sci-fi, then I recommend The Expanse on Amazon. Yes, I love it. Absolutely love it. Laurel says, good morning, Sean and Peeps. It's a cold, dreary day here in Chicago. Good morning, Laurel. Charlie says, Julie, do you have the option of watching the chat and pictures side by side? I don't know of any way of swapping the chats around, but the way I do it is to shrink the picture until they both appear. Ah, yes. See, I just press the pop out. No, I don't want pop out. I just want the chat. But again, I am not really a computer expert, so I'm probably not the right person to ask. Right, let's do some understitching. Then we can go and press the pocketses. See, I like the pockets in trousers, and these ones are actually integral to the design of the trousers. I mean, it'd be easy enough to just splice the two pieces together so you wouldn't have to have pockets. But I do like these pockets in these trousers. So that's one set of understitching done. Let's do the other side, then trim the seam, then we can press, then we can sew in the side front, and then I'm going to actually bias bind the edge because I have a little bit of the Savannah viscose bias binding left. And whilst it's just as many processes to French seam this pocket bag as it would be to bias bind the edge, I like how the bias binding looked. I did it on the green ones, and I used my Woodland Harmony binding. I only got a tiny bit of that left, but enough to like do a neckband, so I'm refusing to get rid of it because there's just a little bit left. Although I suppose I could put it in one of my scrap bundles, couldn't I? That could be quite nice. Got to stop putting that down there. Right, I'm going to go and press these seams and eat some more through waffle out. Talk amongst yourselves. Oh, I need to trim the seam as well, don't I? Whoopsie. Was one trimmed? Trimmed. So 2 seam trimmings. Now pressing. Put my scissors back because otherwise I'll leave them up here and then forget where they are and then not be able to find them, which would be hilarious. So press in my pocket facing, nice and flat. There we go. And the other side. Now I'm going to sew on my side front pieces and then bind the edges. I think I've said that already, haven't I? Where did I get to? Julian's here. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Julian. Jennifer says good morning to Julian as well. Caroline says, Julian to Julie, what type of device are you watching on? Ah, good point. Julie says, thanks to Charlie. Yes, just changed things a bit and got the chat on the side. Thanks very much. Ah, awesome. Desktop PC. Julie says, all set now. Thanks, both of you. All to the size of the window, plus change back to default view. Can see both chat and video at the same time now. Brilliant. Awesome. Laurel says, I'd put my wool skirt in the naughty pile because 2 attempts at matching the plaid for the centre back seam failed. Got it to obey yesterday and now it's waistband time. Nice. Very, very nice. Right, so I've got some nice pocket openings. Now I need to sew on, what do they call it? Side front, yes. My side front pieces. Okay. So I'm going to put those right sides together, which is always very weird after having sewn everything else with French seams. Like I say, I'm going to bias bind the edge of this because I have matching bias binding, so why not? I actually did have a fairly decent sized piece of this left that I could have made bias binding from, but I also think that this, if interfaced, could make a really nice lining for a bag. I think it would be sturdy enough, but don't quote me on that. Oh, I've caught up with the chat, which is good. So yeah, do I power through and keep making stuff, or do I take the afternoon off once we're done? What would you guys do? Oh, Mum, if Mum does bring down the jumper, if I do get these finished, then I'll be able to show you. Because again, I've worn a dress, so I won't be able to, I do have a slip-on underneath, but that's not quite going to work, is it? Because these are trousers. So I'll be able to show you what these look like. Because these are a fairly quick-ish make. We're going 2 hours and 21 minutes at the moment. And like I said, I didn't start sewing until 1 hour and 48 minutes in. Whoopsie. Less chat, more sewing. But then that would make for a very boring hangout, wouldn't it? We like the chat. We do like the chat. Don't put pins in your mouth. I'm a terrible example. Right. And I like a bigger pocket, so I'm going to sew this at 3/8 of an inch rather than 5/8 of an inch because I would like a bigger pocket, purely and simply. In fact, I still have my needle moved over from my understitching, so it's going to be even less than that. Would anyone else be interested in like the dog bed stuffing kind of scraps, especially within the UK? Because I can send up to a 2 kilo parcel for, I think it's £3.20, and I've been refunding the shipping on any UK parcels. The only ones that have ended up not having anything refunded on the shipping were the American ones, where I've actually undercharged by £1. So I need to adjust that on my website. So obviously nobody in America would want dog bed stuffing for that, but yeah, Janet wanted the dog bed stuffing, and it also would stuff a closet case patterns poof, And I know how much stuffing you need to stuff one of those things, because, you know, we've made 2 and Mum's still trying to pad hers out a bit more because it's still not quite as full as she would like it to be. But I mean, these are the sorts of things that I am very happy to send out to people if you would like those sorts of things. I mean, I know I'm sending out the kind of like larger scraps that hopefully somebody can actually do some kind of a project with, but then the actual stuffing one, very happy to send that out to peeps if they would like it. H says, I have a trouser version of slip skirts from M&S and they were my lifeline against chafe in the summer, but I think they'd be good for trousers and wouldn't add a lot of bulk. Ooh, I'll have to have a look. Thank you for the recommendation. Yeah, it's not the sort of garment I'm ever going to be really like enthused about sewing either. Okay, so side fronts are in. Now I can find the edges with my own bias binding that I've made. I mean, I really don't enjoy making bias binding, but I do enjoy having it, and I've only got this much left. I do enjoy having it to use. So, yeah, I might get over myself and make a little bit more another time. Maybe Cobra Corsage, possibly. It's looking likely that Cobra Corsage is going to be the next collection that I work on. Patreon peeps are voting. I do need to move my needle back this time. And it's, yeah, looking like the Cobra Corsage collection is going to be the winner. Which is quite good. I think the Anaconda Antithesis will be the one that I work on for spring. It's kind of the blues. I mean, it would work in winter, but blues and buttermilk colours can definitely be very kind of spring-like, I think. One side done. On to the next. Really don't have very much of this left at all. That's it. Oh. I made myself, I think, 12 meters of this, so it's not done badly. Oh, I need to do a tiered and gathered skirt tutorial as well, don't I? Promised you guys that. Yeah, I've got just suddenly thinking of all these things that I'm like, oh, that could be a video. Getting my eyelashes done on Tuesday, so once I've got those done, because they're looking a little bit sparse at the moment, I will be much more in the mood for filming a proper video, as it were. I'm actually thinking that I might put some of the sew-alongs out in January while I'm on holiday, because the sew-alongs don't do well initially. And this is the time of year where you want to put up like your most popular videos. So some of the sew-alongs I might put up in January. They're what's known as evergreen content. So stuff that it does really well over time because people rewatch them. But initially they're not the amazing ones. That's it. That's all I've got left. That will just do a neckline, won't it? So we'll keep that. It will just fit around the neckline, I think. Because I'm probably going to end up making a Savannah and a top. Right. Switch over feet. Tell it. And move the needle. And then where am I up to with the chat? Lottie says you could try one of those various hacks for making bias binding where you make kind of offset and then cut it and sew it faster than cutting in strips. Yeah, definitely. The thing with that is that you need to start with a specifically square piece of fabric, or it doesn't have to be square, but you need to start with a regular size piece of fabric. And the bias binding scraps that I've been making are like the offcuts from a circle skirt, so like the wedges. So yes, that might make me want to make it a little bit more, but the only reason I was making it to start with was to try and use up those like random wedges of fabric, and if I squared those up then I'd end up wasting so much fabric again. So that's why I've not been making it that way. But yeah, loads of people keep telling me about that method and it's like, yeah, but it's not going to work with what I've got. Good Grace says, hi Shine and Peeps, just popped in to say hello. Early start this morning for me and it's after midnight here. Oh gosh, sleep well then, and thank you for saying hi. Mary says, how are your lovely parents with all those chocolates doing? Your dad is a character, seems like a lot of fun to be around. They're very well, thank you. They are up in the warm house, sort of doing their Sunday thing. Lottie says, I normally wear cotton cycling shorts under all trousers and skirts, but I do also have some satin ones, so they would probably be similar to the M&S ones mentioned above. Yeah, my other reason for wanting like slips and things like that is so that they don't stick to the tights and undergarments kind of thing. So yeah, I just need to kind of like experiment. I mean, I'm not ruling out fully lining trousers. There's nothing wrong with fully lining trousers, and in all honesty that's probably what I would rather do. I think people were just trying to be, you know, like economical with fabric when they were recommending that maybe I should look into making a trouser slip, as it were, which is a very good point. You don't want to waste fabric, but I do like the look of a lined garment. So yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just thinking about that bias binding method you mentioned, Lottie. I'm trying to think, like I said, the only reason I was made bias binding is because I had these really weirdly shaped pieces. I don't know that I would, I mean, I've liked having it, but I don't know that I would set out to make it just for the sake of making it, which I kind of think is the starting point from those ones where you kind of offset it and make the, you know, you only have to sew one seam rather than sewing all the strips together. But maybe I ought to try it because, as I say, I have enjoyed having the bias binding that matches. So maybe I ought to try it. Pete going to throw them on the floor, mustn't do that. Jennifer says to Lottie, I do something similar, but they are a brand called Assets. Cool. Nimue says the chub rub shorts Snag are doing might work under trousers as well. They are fairly light and non-stick. Good knowledge. Thank you. Yes. Lottie says, I think I would still need them even if I lined for the chub rub aspect. So I don't line anything except my legs. Yeah, I experienced that for the first time this summer and it was not fun. I actually had to stop a walk. Like, I had to say to Wilson, I need to go home. And he was like, you're kidding. I'm like, no. And I showed him the rash and he was like, oh, that doesn't look like fun. Like, no, it wasn't. That's why I stopped. So, yeah. No, I'll have a look into the Snag ones. Thank you for that recommendation. And yeah, thank you for all your thoughts and insights, peeps. Right, let's get this sewn down so that we can baste it all into place. Sorry, I've gone quiet. Proper concentration phase. Jennifer says to Lottie, same chub rub is my life. Okay, and Jennifer says, Sean, maybe buy extra fabric for bias. Also look on eBay for bias binding machine. I love mine. Yeah, I'm very tempted. I do have the little, I have these little doodads, which I love, and that's how I make mine. But yeah, I've seen that it's McCall or Simplicity that did the bias binding maker. They don't make it anymore, do they? So you have to buy them secondhand, but they did look fabulous. Definitely want one of those. I wonder if they were released in the UK, because we have different power to you guys in America, don't we? Ours is a different voltage. Is it volts or amps? I think it's different voltage, isn't it? I remember taking my hairdryer to America on the cruise ship and it just being so low power. It was just like, what on earth is this? Completely confused. Doesn't take a lot to confuse me, but yeah. Anyone know? Is it volts or amps that you've got different over there? Laurel says there are bias binding machines. Yeah, they've got those little things stuck onto them, and they've got like a little inbuilt iron and a roller, and you put the fabric in one end and it makes bias binding. They are awesome. I would very much like one of those. Jennifer says to Laurel, Simplicity made a bias binding machine and it was phenomenal and it was great. Yeah. Right, what am I doing after I've done these? Oh, I'm putting the waistband on, so I'm going to need to go and cut some interfacing for it. Oh, I need to base these into place before I do that, though, don't I? packets are bound. Now I shall baste them into their final position. And then I can start putting on the waistband. I'm glad I decided to French seam these because it is all shifting about. And sort of, they are kind of, they're not massively fraying, but they are a little bit unruly around the edges. So that's one bit. And then side. Put that in as well. Other side. How are we doing with the so Carol says to Carol says to Laurel, just about to say the same. Nimoy says US is mostly on 110 volts, Europe is 230. Taking European electronics over is fun, not. You can get higher voltage in the US for workshops and the likes, but it's not for household standard. Yeah. Maria F says to Laurel, I'm in the US and we use electric kettles. We even have them at work, at my work centres, and I've owned several. I think tea drinkers are more likely to have them rather than coffee drinkers. Oh yeah, and Laurel says, yes, the power's different to the US and it's the reason Americans don't really do electric kettles. Oh, you heat your water on the stoves, right? Jan says it's 120 volts. Mary says, I just went onto Google and noticed one for about $65 and up. If one Googles bias tape machine, you will find a selection. At one time, they were very inexpensive. I thought they were over $100, so I thought 65 was pretty good. But am I wrong? I mean, clearly I am wrong, but yeah. I wonder if there's a UK version that I could get. Ooh, that would be fun, wouldn't it? I might make more bias binding then. I've got Dell songs in my head at the moment. I've kind of fallen down a rabbit hole of watching her sort of interviews and new release videos and stuff. She's got a beautiful voice. Beautiful voice. Right, so I don't need you anymore. So you can go back in there. And you go in there. Okay. Carmen says, good morning, peeps. Better late than never. Good morning, Carmen. Sarah says, lol, I can't speak for the whole US, but unless you're in the home of someone who loves tea, if you ask for a tea, they will microwave the water. Really? Wow. Carol says, the electric kettles don't make a good cup of tea. A lot of Americans wouldn't know the difference. Wow. Jennifer says, yeah, they were only $75. Sarah says, I have an electric kettle because, oops, lol, I do have an electric kettle because I do love tea, but microwave is far more common here. Wow. Oh, let's see. Oh, yeah, Kentucky's traveling nurse. Is that right, Kentucky? Was that right? Says, I have an electric kettle I use for tea or my Starbucks via. Most people boil on the stove or have a coffee maker. Jennifer says, we have an electric kettle. Gig Racer says to Sarah, sacrilege. Carol says, I remember teaching someone that you have to leave the tea bag in for at least 3 minutes, not one. Oh, wow. Oh, I did get it right. Stephanie, thank you, Stephanie. Kentucky, I did get it right. Jennifer says, but we also have a regular kettle as well. Wow, did not know that. because I've only ever been to America for like 2 days. I went to Key West for a day, and we stopped in Fort Lauderdale, or Port Lauderdale, but I didn't get off the boat because I had a really bad sunburn. So I've never actually stayed or visited an American home. That's really interesting. Well, yes, I know it's Fort Lauderdale, but I think there is the bit that we docked in was called Port Lauderdale. I don't think I'm being dim. I could be being dim. But yeah, it was Florida, southern Florida. But that is the only part of America I've ever been to. Okay. Marie says microwaving water seems silly. Kenaholic says Simplicity Bias Binder used to be for sale on Create and Craft channel here in the UK a few years ago. Never managed to get one as it always sold out, unfortunately. But they did make them for the UK power system, so I could find one. I shall have to do that. Jennifer says I have a hot shot to heat my water at home, and at work I just use the hot water that comes from our water cooler. I'm sure this horrifies all the UK peeps. Lol. Jennifer says you were in the port of Fort Lauderdale. Okay. So Colette says, hi peeps, I believe that the US microwaves are higher power than UK ones to boil water much faster. Maria F says, generally I'm horrified. Our tap water in CO I wouldn't drink it. This is mad. As in like really interesting. Jennifer says, I've been to that port many times because my parents go out of that port many times. Yes. Yes. Lots of cruise ships in and out of there. Mum went on an Everglades excursion to see the alligators, I think. But yeah, I couldn't move. I was that badly sunburnt. Not good. Don't do it. It's a US law that you have to empty the pool of a cruise ship if you're docked in a US port. So I couldn't even get in the swimming pool because it was empty. So I was hobbling backwards and forwards to the shower to cool off. And there was one staff member at the bar just looking after me, and after a while he sort of started bringing my drinks over. He was like, it's just too painful watching you hobbling around. Like, thanks. Yeah, don't sunburn yourself. Not good. Not good. Okay, so trouser fronts are done. Now I need to cut out some interfacing for the waistband. But trouser fronts are done. So waistband pieces. There we go. One of those. I'm going to have a gobful of some more food. And whilst I go and do this, 2 secs, talk about yourselves. Let's see if I can spin you around. Well, So recently I have been using calico in my waistbands because I don't really like the heavier weight fusible interfacings, at least not the ones I've tried, and the lightweight one that I've got isn't quite cutting it for waistbands. So a layer of calico I found has worked really well for my waistbands. Right, I'll just put this away. Must remember to take my pincushion back with me and not leave it on the table. I always do that. Get out the Fraggle fluff. We don't need any pink Fraggle fluff in our trousers. Background. We've got spare bits of trimmings down on the floor. Right, let's turn you guys back around. Hello. That's better. Right. So I'm going to baste these together. Where did I get to? Laurel says, I'm a tea drinker and the general American ignorance about property is sad and frustrating. Some restaurants will heat tea water by running it through the coffee maker so it tastes of stale coffee. Ooh. Jen says, well, come on sewing sister. I'm sure you could travel to the US and stay with Peeps. Lol. I've had a lot of invites, yes. I think I could make my way across the States quite easily. You guys are wonderful. Carol says, my auntie would bring her own tea bags here. According to her, ours are just dust. Stephanie says, I worked on a cruise ship out of Sydney, Australia, so I learned how to make proper tea. Nice. Jenna Lee says to Marie, ours is fine in my part of Ohio. Michigan is terrifying, though. Rest areas have signs saying not to drink the water. Wow. Julie says, rebuy binding machine, £54 on eBay. No. Ooh, I shall have a look later. Jennifer says, oh no, poor Sean, that doesn't sound like a fun trip at all. I've only been on one cruise out of the same port. Yeah, it's the only cruise I've been on. It was wonderful. It was just that one day where I managed to burn myself badly. The trouble was I burnt my bottom. So it was the top of my thighs and my bum. And that crease, when you walk, you're surprised how much kind of like movement that area gets. And it was just agony. Yeah, I think I'd just not been very careful when I was applying suntan lotion because I didn't want to rub my bum in front of everybody else. Christine says, oh my gosh, can't imagine not being able to drink tap water. I know, right? Jennifer says, Brian's advent calendar is Godiva chocolates and he's really enjoying Advent this year. It's his first time having a calendar. Oh, lovely. Alison says, I just found a Simplicity Buyers tape maker on Facebook Marketplace for $240 Australian. Just messaged the seller to inquire if it's still available. Nice. Jennifer says to Alison, make sure that they have the accessories as well. Gig Racer says to Kathleen, I don't know if it's so much the heating method as the order of operations. To make tea properly, you need to go to the water boiling to the tea, not the other way around. I will say now, he is very sweary, but there is a video on YouTube, and I wish I could show you, but I would get demonetized. It's called Doc Brown Proper Tea Wrap, and that's what he looks like. And he is very sweary. I will say now, very, very sweary, but 100% if you are a tea drinker, or actually, you know what, apparently maybe some Americans you need to send in that direction. It's so funny. It is so funny. I highly, highly recommend you watch it. I'm quite happy for you to go watch it now and come back and let us know what you think of it. But yeah, that one it kills me every time. Doc Brown Proper Tea Wrap. Highly, highly hilarious, as long as you don't mind sweary, because he does swear a lot. But definitely worth it in my opinion. Oh, so funny. Jennifer says, I'm now going to have the Fraggle Rock song in my head. Sorry. And Alison says to Jennifer, yes, it comes with all 4 attachments and it's still in its original box too. Nice. Maria F says to Kathleen, I guess boiling water is boiling water, but the kettle allows you to put what Gig said, lol, put things in right way around. Nimoy says, cutting has been accomplished. The 60 squares in fabric, interfacing and batting, plus 6 that I had cut the wrong size. I think I require more tea now. Yeah, now we're all talking about tea. I really want to have a cup of peppermint tea, but I used the last tea bag. Sad. Jennifer says to Alison, nice. Jennifer says, Sean is always welcome to my guest suite. Oh, thank you. Thank you. That's Texas sorted. I wonder if I could do a tour of the entire states. Staying with the Peeps. Got California, well, Santa Cruz sorted because I can stay with Candy. She has offered. Alison says, with all this talk about tea, I'm going to go and put the kettle on. Julie says, on Facebook Marketplace in Scunthorpe for £45. Nice. Gig Racer says to Kathleen, it changes the way it steeps the tea and changes the flavour. Marie says, also, some folks think that as soon as the water starts to bubble, it's boiling and we'll take it out to use it. Oh, it's funny. Nimoy says, I live in tea drinking area of Germany, and if you find a restaurant that you have 20 variants of coffee, but you can't tell what type of black tea they have without pulling out the box. Alison says, Simplicity machine is very sought after here in Australia, and that one I found on Marketplace is a good price. I've seen them for $400. Wow. Oh, I hope it's still available for you, Alison. Laurel says to Kathleen, microwave heat unevenly. Unless you heat water to a vigorous roiling boil, some of the water won't actually be at the proper temperature. You only went and put the milk in first. Sorry, it's the line from the Doc Brown one. Got it going on in my head now. Proper tea wrap. My proper tea. Caroline says, Sardan loves a good... Kierdan loves a good cup of tea. My weird puppy has just grabbed a couple of unpeeled sprouts and is happily munching away. Kathleen says, thanks, Peeps, for your tea and boiling water insights. I'll stick to the stove method then. Sarah says, I wish I could offer a guest room here in San Diego, California, but the rent is too high for us, so I have to have more than 1 bedroom apartment. Lol, makes sewing space a challenge. That's all right. I can come visit you. I know San Diego and Santa Cruz are nowhere near each other, but I can come visit you. And Gig Racer says the Doc Brown tea wrap is hilarious. Elena says everyone is having tea time, also putting kettle on. I love it. Right, I'm going to have my last little bit of my lunch. 3 hours later. And base this together. Keep hearing noises outside. Oh, I don't want any bubbles. This is why I'm concentrating. Okay. That's one side. Let's do the other. Has anyone else been watching the new Lost in Space? Dad's not overly keen, but I think it's brilliant. Let's see. Jeanette says that was hysterical. I take it the Doc Brown one. Mary says, oh my, Doc Brown is quite a character, funny and some words a little colourful, lol. Jenna Lee says, once you have a house, once we have a house and guest room, I'll host you in Ohio. Thank you. Yeah, Doc Brown is very naughty with the words. But so funny. You only went and put the milk in first. Why? Making assumptions about how I like it. Oh, it makes me giggle every time. Now, did I not put in my notches? That was silly. That was silly. Should put them in now. Okay. Yeah. Very funny. Sal says, I finished the last season. It was good. Nice. Yeah, I think I've managed to get 4 episodes in. That's why I'm thinking I might finish early today so I can go and watch a couple more. Stephanie says, everyone is off making tea. I'm off to bed to catch a couple of hours of sleep. Good night. Thank you for joining us. General Kraos Craft says, just popped off to watch the Doc Brown. It was gold. Yeah, it's just brilliant, isn't it? It's so funny. Jeanette says, husband requiring attention. I'll see you next time. Happy sewing all. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for waking up so early to join us. Right. Sew in some waistbands, shall we? I think I put the pleats in the wrong way. That's why those. But do you know what? As long as the pleats are in, I don't suppose it matters. Ah, okay. Okay. Stitch ripper time, not paying enough attention. Let's see, where did I get to? Chat. Diana says, hi, I just got here, been sleeping sick with COVID again. Oh, you poor thing. I hope you recover quickly. So I used my waistband notch as my first part of one of my pleats, which was incorrect. So I'm going to unpick these ones and replete, because otherwise they're not deep enough pleats and my waistband won't fit in, which we don't want. Thankfully, I just basted these into place and did not backstitch. So this is coming out nice and easily. It's my own fault for not reading properly. I'm trying to multitask, clearly multitasking poorly. That's better. That's better. Okay, that's one side. Do the other one. I did think these pleats looked a little small. Never mind. These things happen. It's what seam rippers were invented for. I'm about 4.5 hours into the new Go Tell the Bees That I'm Gone book as well. Very much enjoying it. I always love the narrator of the Outlander series. She's got a wonderful voice. A wonderful voice. That's better, because the front was not going to match up with the waistband the way I had it pleated. That was not going to be. That was not going to work. Right, where are we with the chat? Where are we? Jennifer says, oh no to Diana. And Laurel says, oh no, Diana, how awful. Fox3D says, hello peeps. Hi, welcome. Elena says, having silly ideas for next year's advent calendar. We have Chocolate Factory that has more than 24 flavours. Maybe I will make a calendar for those chocolates. I would only it would weigh only 5.2 kilos if the last day. Oh yeah, definitely. I like the idea of making your own, especially if there's many flavours available. Jennifer says to hello to Fox3D. Elena says, I'll have 3, please. Mary says, Diana, hang in there. Sarah says, knit newbie question. My hem didn't come out the way exactly, but wavy exactly, but it wants to flip away from the body. Is more likely to be a sewing error than a fabric choice problem. I think there, again, I'm not an expert. I think there is, stupid tights falling down again. I think there is a thing that you can get that you can put into a hem, like a stabilizing tape, that will help it to remain where it should be and not go wavy. Anybody have any other recommendations? Alex sews lots of knits. What do you recommend? Yeah, I think my first one came out quite wavy as well, and somebody recommended like a stay tape thing. It's like it washes away, but it helps it all remain stable whilst you're hemming it to start with. I'm cheating a little bit here, and I'm not pre-basting my pleats. Very naughty. But I basted them in wrong first, so now they're just going to be pinned in. And we'll do the other side. I've got the Men Behaving Badly theme tune in my head because I'm like pin, 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 and in my head it's like men, 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 men. Oh dear. I'm clearly crazy. Pin, 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 badly, pin, pin, pin. I amuse myself. Okay, let's get this sewn in. Alex says, if it's an inch hem that flips to the right side, then definitely interface. I'd use a stretch hemming tape or stretch interfacing, but plenty of things will do. And Alex also says, but that flipping often happens when the hem is too narrow, then make it 1 inch on stable knits. Thank you, Alex. Knew we could rely on you for hemming advice on knit fabrics. Right. Keep hearing noises outside and thinking it's Mum coming down. Do not want any extra pleats in my fabric, thank you. Come on, behave. Yeah. not soak over my pins. Whoopsie. Knocking things on the floor as well. Whoopsie. I'm sewing it with the pleats and stuff the right side up, just so that I can make sure that everything behaves, because the waistband is flat, so theoretically that can't misbehave. Theoretically. We shall see though. Okay. We have a waistband in, and all of the front pleats are doing as they have been told, which is awesome. Right, so now I need to sew my waistband lining, which is under here somewhere, there it is, to this, and then understitch it. So is that right? Oh, I need to press the, oh, I can do that when it's yeah, it's fine. Then we get to sew the back to the front at the inner legs. Exciting, which again we will be doing with a French seam, because this is me that we are talking about, and of course we will. Sarah says, oh wow, thank you to Alex. I wouldn't have thought about the hem width. I wouldn't have either. It's good knowledge. Thank you, Alex. 3D Vox 3D says, please, Peeps, has anyone has an embroidery machine? I bought one and they're so expensive, so I feel guilty. Should arrive tomorrow. I am so excited. This is the embroidery machine. Did you buy a standalone one? Because I know Lorianne has one of those. Or have you got a machine that has an embroidery unit that can be attached? Because if I had the room and the money, I would totally have a standalone, like 16 needle embroidery machine. And then have to have someone come and teach me how to use it properly. Debbie says, good morning from Arizona, US. I can't believe I caught you live. And to Vox 3D, enjoy your new machine. And Jennifer says, I have a sewing embroidery combo. Yeah, don't feel guilty. Thank you, Debbie. It's from Vox. Yeah, don't feel guilty, just enjoy. Enjoy. If I had the room, I'd have all the machines. I think I've said this before. I'd have an industrial buttonholer, and if I have to buy more than one because I want more than one button type, totally would have a like giant slew of industrial buttonholers. I would have a embroidery 16 needle embroidery machine. I would have a couple of the different, I probably would have an industrial serger and cover stitch, because whilst mine are brilliant, I want one that's going to easily go through the layers of fabric that I want to do. I would have a backup one of these. What else would I have? There's some leather sewing bag making machines that I would totally have as well, and a long arm. So I just need to win the lottery and then buy a giant mansion. Let's see. Kathy says, I love my embroidery machine. Book says, any advice on what to do as a first project? I was thinking about felties. When I got mine, I just played. I've still got all the samples up there. I just stitched a whole bunch of things out, just played. And then ended up making some of them into cushion covers. Oh, like I say, also mine does quilting as well. It had some quilting motifs on it, so I used it to quilt my Lone Star quilt. Anybody else got any recommendations? Jennifer says it should come with tutorials, definitely. If you have the opportunity as well. Mine came with like a 2-day course in London that was invaluable. It was so, so good. One day was on the machine, and then the second day was all on the embroidery unit. I mean, I promptly forgot most of what they told me, but it was great to have. Okay, so now I need to understitch my waistband lining. Then I can go and press everything. Then we can start stitching the back legs to the front legs. Jennifer says, YouTube is your friend, definitely. Kathy says, mug rugs or in the hoop ornaments. Oh, yeah. Jennifer says, what machine did you get? Vox 3D says, thank you, Mary. Felty is usually cute little images embroidered in felt, can be turned into keychains, for example. Ah, okay. And it's a standalone embroidery unit. Very exciting. Mary says to Vox 3D, don't ever feel guilty about something you're going to thoroughly enjoy and make good use of. You will become really creative with it. Enjoy. And Natalie says, what's a felty? So I didn't know what a felty is either. I kind of thought it was what you were saying it was, but yeah, that sounds like really cute. Kim says, I have an embroidery machine. I would suggest just stitch out some of the inbuilt designs to get used to the machine. Elena says, okay, OKLA Roots channel is on YouTube, is very helpful. And Natalie says, thanks to Vox 3D, sounds cute, about the felties. Okay, let's understitch. Unstitching accomplished. Now I can press everything. Okie dokie. I'm making the summariest trousers in the middle of winter. Right. Let's see. Vox 3D says, I got the Brother Innoverse 870 SE because it comes with larger hoops. Ali Stitchy Fingers says, I have the Brother Stellaire Go on Creative Kiwi. There are lots of free in the hoop projects. Nice. Oh yeah, you probably know about this already, but Urban Threads and Embroidery Library, I think they've teamed up. I think they're the same company, but Urban Threads, love their stuff. Jennifer says, yes, for the Brother machines, there's a lot of YouTube videos. Vox says, I have been binge watching Creative Kiwi. Nice. Her projects are huge. Haha. I've never even heard of her. I shall have to have a look. And Debbie says, my machine is a combo also. Bought it used, but do enjoy it. I haven't done any embroidery on mine for ages. I really ought to get it out and try again because I really do enjoy embroidered things. So, right, let's give this a press. Talk amongst yourselves. The last bit of my lunch. So many things that need pressing. So I'm pressing the edge of my waistband lining under for stitching in the ditch later. And then pressing right under stitching. Trying not to burn my fingers. Don't need to iron my fingers. Okay, that's pretty good. Just going to iron this seam one last time. Make sure everything is lying nice and flatly. Okay. We have some trouser fronts. Oh, are they lovely or what? Oh, it's so yeah, they're so pretty. Huh. Really pleased with those. Right, now I need to sew the back legs onto the front legs at the inside leg seam. Now, let me think about this. Did I French seam the crotch seam first? Yeah, because that's the next thing that gets done. Did I French seam the crotch seam first? I can't remember. Okay, so I need to do those. Yeah, I need to. Do I need to do this? Yeah, I need to sew the crotch seam first and then sew the inside legs together because I want to French seam things, don't I? There's a trouble when you go off piste from the instructions. I mean, I usually end up where I want to be, but it's yeah. Right. Crotch seam. How many times can I say crotch seam in one live hanger as well? Okay. Where did I get to with the chat? Kim says, yes, we love Urban Threads. They have some awesome designs. They do indeed. Jennifer says, one thing I love about my machine is that I can keep the embroidery arm on at all times. Oh, nice. So it can sew while it's on. Very cool. Mary says, you do get that under stitching so seamlessly and I get really nervous. I do it. I always do the understitching before I press because the understitching is meant to help you press things to the right side. And I always find that if I try and press stuff, then it's got a fold in it it's kind of fighting against what you're trying to do. So I always understitch before I press. I don't know if that's helpful, Mary, but that's one of the things I do. Fox says, I tried to find used machines, but it was very hard. They were almost as expensive as a new one. Get ready for embroidery project spam in the Facebook Peeps group. Awesome, love it. Bring it on. Debbie says, lol, indeed. Natalie says, I have a random question for anyone. Is a rice-filled heating pad or hand warmers a nice gift? Yes, especially if you've made them yourself. That's a lovely gift, especially to a lizard like me. I would be very pleased with that gift. That's not me hinting for a gift. I'm just saying it's a nice idea. I like it. And Jennifer says yes to Natalie. As someone who suffers from pain, yes. Ooh, I wonder if I could make one that would wrap around my face. That would be cool. You have to start asking your recipients, where is your localized area of pain, and work out how to make ones that are attachable to that area. Right. Let's sew my first part of my French seam. But yeah, definitely a great gift. Fox says, I am a person that is always cold, so would love hand warmers as gifts. I bought Mum some of those like chemical ones, you know, the little circles that you crack and they release heat to put in her gloves for when she walks the dog. She's lost them. She put them somewhere safe. I think I might get some of those for Wilson because he is, I think I'm a lizard. He is like actually from another planet. He is so cold all the time. And he uses me as a hot water bottle. He calls me his hot water Shan. He gets into bed at night and he's cold. So he puts all of his cold extremities on me, like just wraps around me like a limpet and leeches all of my heat. I love him, but I wish he wouldn't do that. Where did I get to? Debbie says yes for heat pads, love them. Elena says everything that makes you warm is a gift, is a nice gift. Natalie says I wanted to make a shoulder dragon that doubles as a heat pad for a friend. I think I will give it a go, and hand warmers for stocking stuffers. That's a lovely idea. Nimue says do some research about the different fittings you can use. Some can be washed and some fillings you can use. Some can be washed with some care. Others have to be stay dried. Others have to stay dry. I'd have a go at the basement to check what I use for the one I made Sean. Ah, yes. I have my little kitty upstairs. He is on my shelf. My little blue kitty. Laurel says, oh no, a cold bedmate is the worst. I know. He calls me his hot water Shan and just leeches all of my heat. And then when he's warm, he goes away. It's like, that's not fair. It's mean. He does it on purpose. He goes and gets it. He's like, oh, my feet not cold enough. I need to go outside again. I was like, no, they're plenty cold enough. Please don't make me any colder. I mean, it's a good job. I love him, really. Okay, so I'm going to go press this. Iron is still on. That's great. Natalie says, thank you all. Sometimes I worry handmade gifts are silly or cheap. Definitely not. And I mean, even if the end gift is a small thing, like there was one year I had no money. And so I made everybody red onion chutney and chocolate orange truffles. and because I could buy everything en masse to make, and it took time, and it wasn't an expensive gift, but they were handmade, and people were just enjoyed it because it was like, thank you for taking the time to make something for me. So yeah, no, I think a handmade gift, regardless of size, is always thoughtful. Somebody's put time and effort into that. So yeah, I think handmade gifts are lovely. Nimori says that one can be washed in a pinch because there is pets in the house. I don't let Tiana anywhere near it. It's on my shelf. Bethany says shoving a dragon into the microwave is slightly disturbing image. When I come back, I will show you one I have. Oh, I talked for too long and the iron turned itself off, but it shouldn't take too long to get warm again because it's only just turned itself off. Too much waffle. This is a lovely fabric. And I don't know if you remember me telling you that I didn't have the linen chambray on the foliage canopy. I massively lied, I do. I have it all. Right. Where did I get to? Where did I get to? Oh, yes, I was going to show you the funny video, wasn't I? Oh, wow, my Instagram's going nuts. Lots of people hanging out and tagging us in the Hangouts. Right, so we need to go to my profile. Photos. Videos. It's a warmy thing, but it's a duck. I had to put it in the microwave. It looked so evil. You just imagine the little dragon's face going around me like, why? Laurel says, luckily my husband is human blast furnace, so I'm heat sucking limpet. Lol. I wish he was. No, I'm a hot water Shan, and it's really annoying. Natalie says, I'm going to try and get walnut shells if I can find them. If I can't find them, I'll use rice with washable covers. Ah, nice. Alex says, handmade gifts show that you're so special that someone gave you their time, and time is finite. We'll never have more of it. Yes. Elena said to Laurel, having the same issues here with super warm husbands. Alex says, also this year I had to buy warm winter socks and it made me cry because each Christmas I'd get enough knitted socks to never have to buy them, but I'll never have any more. Aww. Natalie says, my ex-husband used to call me his little furnace. Lol. And Alex says, I mean, the person who used to make them is gone now. My socks had someone's heart knitted into them. Oh, and then she's laughing at the duck. Love the duck. Yeah. Yeah. It's like it's all this like, oh yeah, let's make this heat pad really cute, give it a face, and then you have to put it in the microwave and it's like, oh god, I feel awful. Okie dokie. French seam complete. Now I'm going to be naughty and not press this one yet because I want to make sure that I can nest it with the French seam of my trouser fronts, because we're now going to sew the inner leg seam together. So we need to put them wrong sides together, and I need to make sure that I am nesting those crotch seams. So that one's that press that way, so I want to press this one this way, and that way I will get a nice join. So now we've got some super long French seams to do. And then we need to do waistband afterwards. Where did I get to with the chat? Vanessa says, good morning, everyone. Everyone, please send me some motivation to finish the sewing for my son's birthday present. 2 shirts and 2 pants done. 2 pants and winter boots still to go. You can do it. Natalie says, I'm so sorry. I knit my mum's socks every Christmas. I'd send you some if I could. Oh, guys are so nice to each other. Sarah says, I usually drink my morning coffee at my computer, but this morning I'm sewing with you all. My furry overlord is not pleased because she can't get in my lap. Oh, Shiana just sits in my lap anyway, regardless of if she fits or not, and then gets pissy with me when I move. And she's like, no, human. This is not the deal. Oh, you know what we haven't done a lot in a long time? We haven't had the live hangout say hello to the vlog for a while, have we? Once I finish pinning this, I'm going to go grab my camera because you can all say Merry Vlogmas if you don't mind. I mean, you don't have to, obviously. But that would be very nice. Vlogception, as it were. I'm going to get this seam pinned first, though. Got one side done. Let's get the other side done. Let's see. Yeah, and I really shouldn't be pinning in my lap. I should be pinning on a flat surface. Don't at me. Okay. I'm going to grab the camera. Going to grab the camera. Pick up some more weavings that I've left on the floor because I'm making a mess. Right. Jennifer says, nope, I want personalised shout out for my birthday. I'm such a brat. Your birthday's the same day as Dad's, isn't it, Jennifer? 9th? Did I get that right? Alex says, I have to go to my neglected hedgehog, so happy Vlogmas for later. Say hi to Hedgehubby for me. And Alex says, thank you for your lovely company. Right. Let the vlogception commence. 14th. I was close, Jennifer. I wasn't close at all. But yes, Jennifer's birthday is on the 14th. There we go. Nimue says Merry Vlogmas with a Santa. Bethany, Rose, Anessa, Caroline, Jennifer. Natalie says to Anessa, are you sewing boots? That sounds interesting. Debbie says Merry Vlogmas. It's always interesting to see what the delay is like and who types fastest. Fox3D says Merry Vlogmas, and Kim says Happy Vlogmas. Mum and I got it mixed up this morning. Laurel, Adele, Jenny Lee, Christine, Catrice, Natalie, Kathleen, Sarah. Kathleen says Happy Vlogmas, my first time. Oh, thank you for joining us. Okay. I don't know if it's my slow internet or if everyone stopped. Mary says Merry Vlogmas. And now we've just got silence. I really don't know if it's my internet being a bit pants. Hopefully that was all in frame because I've been leaning here with the camera. But yes, Merry Vlogmas everybody, or Happy Vlogmas everybody. Thank you for doing that. Yeah, Mum and I are having fun and games at the moment. She went back to Happy this morning and I went to Merry to try and accommodate her. You got to laugh. You got to laugh. Right, let's get another French seam sewn for the inside leg seam this time. Yeah, because usually the way I would sew trousers would be to make each leg and then sew those together, then sew the waistband on. But because you do the waistband very differently with these trousers, that doesn't work. They're very wide-legged. So let's get this inseam seam done. Again, a French seam. For longevity of the garment. And because I like how they look. Anessa says to Natalie, yes, leather mucklucks with rubber bottoms and thinsulate lining, but it's the fur that's special because it looks like a skinned Sully from the Monsters Inc. Love my ass off. Oh, another dead Fraggle. I mean, I know he's not a Fraggle. Debbie Evans says, me too, first Vlogmas. Oh, thank you for joining us, Debbie. I do love a good Vlogmas video. Like I say, I'm probably going to end up watching most of the ones that I want to watch in January, just because I really don't have enough hours in the day to keep up with everybody's, because there are loads and it's so much fun. So I will be catching up in January. Right. Just getting to the crotch seam, so I'm making sure everything is properly nested so that we end up with a nice join. And trying to make sure I don't get anything caught that I don't want. No excess fabric sewn into seams, thank you very much. Had that happen to me way too many times. Debbie says, wow, Mucklucks would love, I think I'm saying that right, would love to see those. Ooh, are you part of the Peeps group, both of you? Anessa, you're in the Peeps group, aren't you? Debbie, have you joined the Peeps group? If you haven't, there is a link in the description down below. It's on Facebook, and it's brilliant. Anessa says to Debbie, when I finish them, I'll post a picture in the Peeps group on Facebook. It's been really hard and I'm super proud. Now we cross fingers they work. I'm very much looking forward to seeing these, Anessa. Definitely. Natalie says to Anessa, that's amazing. I sewed myself some slipper boots with fleece and batting and fake leather soles. Real boots are on another level. So cool. Very cool indeed. Very cool indeed. Okay, first pass sewn. Now I can trim. Let's see. Debbie says, can't wait to see them. I take it you are in the Peeps group, Debbie. Alison says, I'm waiting to buy some Lady McElroy cotton voile and want to make the McCall 6563. Have you made this top with this fabric and how did it turn out? I haven't. I've only made it in crepes and viscoses. I would imagine a cotton voile, which is very lightweight and drapey, would work, but it will be slightly crisper than the kind of like linen, the viscoses and the crepes. Anessa says to Sean, that's me. Anessa says, if they work, I've got the most beautiful blue acid wash leather for a me pair. Lol. Is that the one that you showed us with the puppy on it? I think you did, didn't you? I mean, I'm excited to see. Okay. Long, tedious seam to trim. But it will be worth it because this stuff is fraying the second I look at it. Really ought to go and turn the iron on as well. Anessa says, yes, she did post it on the Facebook group. That is a very pretty leather. Very pretty leather indeed. Mum, bless her, said she was going to bring down my jumper, but I think she's had to knit the neckband on. So hopefully she's not like just knitting furiously up there. I think because we're at nearly 4 hours now. I think what I'll do is I will continue on till I finish these trousers, and then we'll call it a day. Because there's a decent amount of work left in these trousers, but I think it will be doable. Maybe like another hour. We'll be here till like midnight. proper concentration face so I don't clip into the wrong bit. Anessa says, can you believe it was a total accident and I had to hide it from said puppy because she kept trying to dig a nest in it. Oh, bless her. Yeah, Susie's got a thing about digging into Mum's £30,000 rugs. Mum didn't spend that much money on them, but she's seen the same rug in Harrods for that price. Yeah, and Susie's obsessed with digging in it. And it's just like, no. I mean, Mum also has that. She's got two of them. One is in the front room, and one is also in the kitchen under the dining table. So you know, we're not precious about them. I think Mum ended up. I think Mum bought them for like 3,000 when she was in Saudi. But yeah, if you were to Harrods to buy the exact same one, 30 grand. But the dog is obsessed with digging into it, and it's just like, stop. Right, press the seam, talk amongst yourselves. I shall be back in a moment. Dear Chandler, I lost myself in a moment. Sorry, I'm quoting a lot of Friends. I've been watching that with Wilson recently. Right. Okay. How would you guys feel about a sew along for this pair of trousers? Because I do things ever so slightly differently to the instruction manual. And this pattern is still available. And this is like a nice sort of kind of starting pair of trousers. Because, you know, they don't have so many fit issues. You do need to get the crotch depth right and the waist right, and as long as you've got enough room in the hips, then they're fairly forgiving. Because I've been getting lots of messages from people saying, please do trousers, and it's like, but I don't know enough about trousers. But these ones could work. I shall read your thoughts when I come back from pressing all of the things. Sorry, 2 secs. This is a really long seam. Nearly done though. Okay, I just need to press the back crotch seam to the side because I didn't do that earlier so that I could make sure I was nesting it correctly. So I need to do that now. let's finish off this French seam. Where did I get to with the chat? Karen says, happy Vlogmas, everyone. Thank you, Karen. Alison says, just found some Savannah print in some viscose challis from Made Sign. Do you think if I bought 1.5 meters that would be okay? I would have to make the bigger size. Yes, but you will have to put your back piece upside down if you do that, like I did, because to nest the pieces means that one goes upside down and the pattern is directional. So if you don't mind your birds swimming, birds don't swim. If you don't mind your birds flying upside down, then 1.5 meters, yes. If you do want them to be all the right way up, you will need probably 2.5 meters. But this stuff makes amazing bias binding. Just saying. Karen says, sorry, I didn't realise I had stopped and restarted the live stream. That's fine, Karen. It's very nice of you to say happy Vlogmas, everyone, anyway. Thank you. Anessa says, definitely didn't get the boots done in time, though, as we're supposed to get 25 centimetres of snow before tomorrow morning. Darn it. Oh, wow. Jennifer says, Debbie, you can please answer the questions to the quick survey to join the Peeps group. And Tammy says, matching plaid and forget to mirror that piece. Ugh, oh no. Nimori says, yes, please, on a sew along. I definitely want to give the pattern a go for next summer. I have a beautiful micro satin in my stash for it. It's been in there for years now. And oh no to Tammy's plaid disaster. Charlie says, just popped out between showers to top up the bird feeders and the heavens opened. I was soaked to the skin and had to change and dry my hair. Oh gosh. And Jennifer says to Debbie, could you please answer the 3 questions to join the Peeps group? I sent you a message in Messenger. It's from Jennifer. And she says to Charlie, oh no. And then Nimue says, technically, air is fluid, so why shouldn't birds swim? Yeah. Yeah. And Jennifer says, Shana posted it twice, so she'd see her name highlighted. Awesome. Thank you, Jennifer. Right. Let's get this seam sewn. Then we can do the waistband next. So here we go. Here we go. Proper concentration face again, sorry. Kathleen says, crazy cat has finally crashed. Wish I had his energy. Oh, bless. Yeah, I know that feeling when they do it in the middle of the night and just like, oh, please go to sleep. You've been asleep all day. Now is not the time. Okay, so oh, this fabric is so lovely. I think I'm going to do exactly the same pair of trousers with the foliage canopy, because I have foliage canopy on the Lena Crepe, viscose jersey, cotton lawn, cotton drill, and the viscose and the linen chambray. Yes. I'm so surprised. Oh, I've sewn it up in Scuba. Might wear that one tomorrow, actually. That reminds me. I need to take my laundry up to the bathroom and hang it up. Right, so inside leg seams are complete. Now, waistband, I need to press it in half and then turn up the inside edge. Not lose my elastic guide, and I also need to press this. So again, I will be back in just a second. So we need to press this in half. I need to get the elastic out as well. I'm not usually a fan of elastic back trousers, but I really like these ones because they've got 4 channels of elastic, so it kind of looks really pretty. And I've no idea why I've gone against like elastic back trousers. I've no idea why I'm not a fan, but because, you know, you can get a great fit with them. Okay, waistband back is prepped. Now I need to press my inside leg seam. So that's nice done. Let's find my inside leg seam. There you are. Hello. And we should just press you this way. But yeah, I think I'm going to do the same thing with my foliage canopy print in this particular base. Make these trousers because I have a feeling I'm going to love them. I think my sister-in-law bought the foliage canopy to make the 8577, which is going to look beautiful. I've only got 3 meters of it. So I could make a dress, but these trousers are awesome. Why are they going to be so pretty? Right, elastic. I need some elastic. I don't think Mum's coming down this evening, you guys. Don't see he's here too. Okay, so what am I doing next? I am attaching my back waistband to the trousers, and then I'm sewing in the channels for the elastics. Okie dokie. Let's see. Kenzie says, yes, please, to the sew along. I don't think I will be confident enough to try and make them without help. They are very easy, but I will put these up as a sew along then. Like I say, it might not be for a while because it might be those ones, but then yeah, I'm sure I'll find something else to make them out of, to be honest. So yeah. La, 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 la. Laurel says, does anyone have pinking shears they really like? Yes, I was given some gingers, but the hand strength they require, it just tires me out. My Kai pinking shears are amazing. Amazing. They were a gift from KK and I love them. Kai pinking shears. Nimue says to Laurel, I have the same problem with my prim ones, so wouldn't recommend them. Jennifer says to Laurel, I have the Fiskars and they're great. Get them when they are on sale at Joann's. Elena says Fiskars has spring-loaded shears and scissors. Glenda says to Laurel, I like the Kai ones and also the rotary cutter with pinking blades. I do have that. I've never used it, but I don't use rotary cutters very often. Amy says, random question, how do you prevent moths from eating holes in your fabric stash? I have never had that problem, and touch wood-ish, wood sort of melamine touch wood. Touch wood! The table is made of wood. that I won't. I've heard cedar chips can be good for that, keeping moths out, but I've never encountered that issue in clothing or fabric. So sorry, that's not more helpful. I wonder if I'm going to have strategically placed hummingbirds on my butt looking at this. Whoopsie. I mean, I just had enough fabric to cut this out, and I had to shorten these by, I mean, I had like a 6.5-inch hem on the last ones I made. So I've taken 4 inches off of that so that I have a 2.5-inch hem available on these. What was I saying? Yeah, I couldn't have done sort of like strategic pattern placement because I really didn't have enough fabric for that. And Amy says, thanks. Yeah, sorry that wasn't more help, Amy, but I think cedar chips. There's something else as well. I think you can probably buy proper moth repellents, but I've never had that as an issue. So has anybody else got any tips for Amy? Right, let's sew this on. Then we can sew in some guides for the elastic, can't we? Okay. In fact, I think I have to hand sew the lining down next. Put the things over there. Mothballs. That was what I was thinking. They're very chemical smelling, though, I think. Again, I've never experienced what they actually smell like. But I know there are natural deterrents for moths as well that don't smell too bad. But it's never been something I've had to deal with. Katie Cat says, hi from Australia. Hello. And Alison says, I'm going to bid you all a good night and happy Sunday. Sean, please give Chiana a cuddle from me. Bink sends purrs and headbutts. The trousers are going to be beautiful. Thank you, Alison. I shall. And good night to you and Binks. So I'm going to go press this quickly. My iron is still on. That's good. I think I managed to press my crease out of that, which was annoying, but never mind. Let's get that pressed back in. Right, now think. Do I need to finish that seam now? Oh yeah, I need to hand stitch that down because they want me to do it. They wanted me to do it with a raw seam left open, so as you know, shan't be doing that. I suppose I could try and stitch from the ditch, but it's no. I'm going to hand stitch it because I used to stitch in the ditch all the time, but I much prefer how the hand finished slip stitches looks. So I'm going to do that. A little bit of hand sewing. What you could do is, it says to turn, well, no, actually it doesn't. But what I've done is I've turned up the seam allowance by the 5/8 of an inch, so it's sitting perfectly in line with that line of stitching I've just done to attach the waistband to it. But what you could do is turn the seam allowance under and press it by like 3/8 of an inch, and then you could stitch in the ditch and you'd be guaranteed to catch it from the other side and it would look neat and it wouldn't go off pieced. Because that's one of the things that used to bug me about stitching in the ditch, is that I wouldn't catch quite everything and I'd have to go in and hand secure a few bits anyway. It's kind of why I stopped doing it. But again, whatever way you prefer to get the result that you want is the right way. Right, so got my waistband all pinned into place. Now we can stitch it down. Caroline says cedar is supposed to be a natural moth repellent. Amy says I will try cedar chips better than mothballs. Yes. Susanna says hello. It's very soothing to hear singing of your and my sewing machines in unison. In unison? Yeah. Yeah, I always enjoy watching people sew when I'm sewing. I tend to listen to audiobooks, but if there's a hangout, if like Rachel's doing a hangout, she hasn't done one for a while, has she? But yeah, if Rachel's doing a hangout and sewing, I like to come and join that because that's always fun. Right, so get this sewn into place, and then we can sew in the elastic channels. Nimoi says it's about time I get the actual sewing. My pin cushion is basically empty. Oh wow. Okay, so I am going to slip stitch my waistband into place. I mean, given the fact that I'm about to sew elastic channels in this and there's going to be visible stitching, I really should just kind of stitch in the ditch, but I haven't pressed it the right way for that, like I said. So what I'm going to do is very kind of loosely slip stitch this into place, and then we'll sew in the elastic channels, which will also help anchor everything down. So I'm going to do it that way, just making sure I'm not just catching the seam allowance from the trousers, so there's no visible hand stitching on the right side. I'm going to need to do this for the front waistband as well, but that's fine, not a problem. Charlie says watching sewing is highly therapeutic. Yeah, I love sewing vlogs. It's always interesting as well seeing like what other people do. I really like Mariah Patty, and the video she put up yesterday making her wool jumper dress. It was really interesting. She's been watching a lot of Bianca from the Closet Historian, and she kind of like realized that blocks were a thing, and she hadn't realized that before. And she'd basically been making blocks for her kind of conical stays patterns. So kind of just she was kind of intuitively doing this thing, and then she was like, "Oh, it is actually a thing." So yeah, it was really interesting to watch. Although when she was like, "I've made a whole bunch of adjustments, but then I decided just to jump into my expensive wool rather than make another mock-up," and it was like, no. I always love watching Rachel Maxey sew as well. Maxey. Must get her name right. I always enjoy watching her sew. It's so chaotic. Charlie says, I have been enjoying all of the different Vlogmas videos. Yeah, yeah. I'm very much looking forward to being able to sit down and binge watch them in January. Because January is always a really cold and boring month, isn't it? So it'll be nice to have something to look forward to. But I really, really don't have time to watch all of them now because I've got to do my own and work and stuff. So yeah. I like hand sewing. It's quite therapeutic. Mary says, plastic bins or compression bags are good to use. Moths hate light and movement. There's an article in the New York Times regarding this. Oh, cool. Natalie says she definitely should have done the third mock-up before cutting the wool. Her bust apex was off, unfortunately. Yeah. Yeah. She did reference that at the end, didn't she? She was just like, yeah. But, I mean, everybody learns a different way, and like, yeah, just by doing. But if I'd have made that many changes to a thing, I probably would have wanted another mock-up. But again, like, you know what? Everybody has their own process. I really love her video, Mariah Patty, this is. I really love her videos where she does like the Adobe Illustrator kind of collections and puts them together. I think the Viking one was one of my favorites. And actually she's doing that as one of her rewards on the top tier of her Patreon. And it's unfortunately it's all sold sold out at the moment, but I'm keeping my eye on that because I kind of fancy having at least a mannequin drawn, and I think it would be really fun to do, and it'd be something I'd want to put in my journal. Charlie says, yes, Bernadette Banner, The Closet Historian, Angela Clayton, Rachel Maxey, so many wonderful sites. And I'm anxiously awaiting the finished Worth ball gown. Oh, I don't know if that's going to get done. There's a lot of controversy about that, isn't there? So I'm not sure that that one's going to get finished, and I'm not sure that it should. But yeah. Mm. Amy says thanks to Mary for the tip about moths. Awesome. Yeah, I really hope that now I've said that I don't have a moth problem, I don't find that I have a moth problem. That's another reason I should get my fabric out and play with it every now and again, isn't it? Just to make sure that nothing untoward is happening. Natalie says, one of the few historical sewists who loves maths and technology. Yes. That's Wilson. Oh, he sent me a parcel. That's very sweet. I had something delivered to his house, thinking it would arrive whilst I was there, and it arrived on Friday. So he's finally posted it out for me. Well, not finally. He's posted it out for me, which is very kind of him. Oh, he's a good egg. Charlie says, happy Sunday from Dallas, Texas. Hello, welcome. Charlie says, yes, there is controversy, makes it all the more fascinating. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what the response is, because there should be... Oh, I don't know if there's been a November video, because I know she was taking October off. I haven't checked. I need to have a look. So I might not be as up to date as you with what's going on. Need to look at that. Amy says, no, don't let me jinx you. Yeah, I'm sure it'll be fine. If I haven't had a problem now, probably won't. Christine says, what is the peacock ball gown? You just need to Google, and then you can find out everything. I don't want to get involved in any of the controversy. I don't know what the right answer is. I don't think there is a right answer. But yeah, Google the peacock gown and you will find out, because there's quite a long history of the project itself that is problematic, as well as the gown itself being incredibly problematic. I mean, as a piece of fashion, it's stunning, and I can completely understand wanting to recreate it. But as a representation of the time and politics that were going on behind it, I find it very problematic and distasteful. But again, I don't want to get into it. Charlie says, Kathy Hayes making it. There is no right answer. Rose says, it's lovely to watch this live stream as I'm away at a con and miss my fabric already. Oh, what kind of convention are you at? I'm nearly done with this. Once I am, I'm going to give it another good press. And then I'm going to sew in the elastic channels. I'm really not doing this like super securely. I'm doing quite big stitches because, as I say, I'm going to be sewing all of this together in a second anyway. So yeah. Rose is at Seattle Emerald City Comic Con. Lots of cosplay. Very cool. Very cool indeed. Is that what you made the gown for? Rose says you'll join the ranks of cosplayers soon. I keep thinking about it. Like, I've been threatening to do the David Tennant brown pinstripe suit, Doctor Who, gender bent version. And I actually found some wool on the last trip to the Gold Hawk Road, but it was, of course, it was cashmere. So it was £240 for 3 meters. And if that had been 5 meters, I'd have bought it because I would have been able to get a 3-piece suit out of it. But 3 meters, I wouldn't be able to get a 3-piece suit. Like, and I couldn't justify £240 for 3 meters. It was beautiful, and it was the perfect brown with the blue pinstripe in it. Apparently, they got that fabric from a Gap. It was already Gap clothing, and they bought enough of it to butcher it for parts to make the suits. I did not know that. Rose says, a bunch of us dress up like holiday Barbies, but there's been so many great costumes, so much inspiration. Charlie says, this year I put it all up yesterday. All your decorations? Cool. Caroline says, so beautiful though, that cashmere. It was, wasn't it, Caroline? It was gorgeous, but I just couldn't justify that amount of money on what would essentially be a cosplay. But I mean, well, this is the reason I want to do the Doctor Who suit as well, because I want a jacket, waistcoat, and trousers from it. And I'm going to make my version of all of those things so that, you know, like sort of a very feminine jacket. It's not going to look like his suit jacket at all, but it will be, you know, evocative of his suit. So it will definitely be female inspired tailoring. But the reason I want that one is because I can see myself wearing it in real life as well. And Nimue says 10th Doctor costume, gender bent or not, is on my list of dream projects as well, as long as with Lady Rowena Ravenclaw. Oh gosh, I got Wilson to sort himself into a Hogwarts house. He was so reluctant. He didn't want to give them his email address. I was convinced he was going to be a Slytherin, but he was a Ravenclaw. He was a Ravenclaw, like me. So 2 Ravenclaws together. I couldn't get him to do his Patronus. Well, mind you, I didn't try. Maybe when I go back next time, I'll get him to do his Patronus and his wand. But I was quite surprised. I was expecting him to be a Slytherin, because he is very focused and project oriented and like driven and stuff. So yeah, Abby Cox did one of her first videos was sorting costubers into their Hogwarts houses, but like she found out what they actually were and then explained why they were perfectly that thing. And there was quite a few Slytherins, and they were always the ones with the perfect, like, you know, they, yeah. I don't think being a Slytherin is a bad thing at all. But yeah, he was very reluctant. He was like, what am I doing? It's just like, just amuse me. Because the company that sells the cards, he's bought me playing cards for like Christmas and birthdays for the last couple of years, and they finally released Harry Potter ones, and the Ravenclaw ones are beautiful. And for the card game that I play, oh, you guys were asking for, a few of you were asking for a video on the rules of Crazy Eights. I think that could be quite fun, couldn't it? And that's another video idea that I need to write down whilst I've remembered it, because that's the game that we made the scorecards for. So 2 secs. How to play Crazy Eights. Right, so need to go give this a press and then sew in some elastic casings. And drink some water. Drink all the water. And pull these stupid tights up. Right. Where did I get to with the chat? Charlie says, oh, that sounds great, Nimue. Natalie says to Rose, is Lady Rebecca part of your group? Jennifer says, I'm a Gryffindor. Nimue says, Rose to Rose, I watched Lady Rebecca Holiday's Barbie project. Are you in that group? I hope you get to see pictures. I thought the idea was so much fun. Charlie says, my daughter and I are both Ravenclaws. Lovely. Rose says, yep, we're both gold Barbies. Ah, cool. Jennifer says, FYI, did I ever tell you I cook for Bernadette Banner once a month? Yeah. You mentioned that you know her, so I didn't know you cook for her, though. Very cool. Jennifer says to Rose, with the white fur trim. Carolyn says, good morning from Australia. Good morning. And Rose says to Jennifer, yes, a fur shrug. Rebecca had more trim on hers. Right, let's get this pressed. I'm going to press it from the front because that's what I want to make sure is even. Okay, waistband is in. Let's sew some elastic channels. I think they say in here. Yeah, I think the elastic channels are meant to be like ½ an inch apart, but I think that's too wide, so I do them 3/8 of an inch. So let's do that now. Jennifer says, yes, I cook for her via Zoom, so she never gets to eat it. She's in the UK. Yeah, she's moved to London, hasn't she? Sophie says, happy to see you guys this morning. It's been a while since I made it to a live. Welcome. Nice to have you. Laurel says to Jennifer, how did that arrangement come about? Yes, how did that arrangement come about? Inquiring minds would like to know. Okay, so it's... Okay. Okay, one. Oh, itchy nose. Proper concentration phase now because I need to make sure that my lines are all straight. Jennifer says, I cook on our Patreon hangout once a month. It's now a running thing. The whole group votes if I bake something sweet or savory. Yesterday I made full dinner. It was pot roast with all the trimmings and dinner rolls. Lovely. Very nice indeed. all of the elastication channels. And final one. Okie dokie. So I have got my elastic channels sewn into the back waistband. Let's see. Ooh. Got one in my threads caught. It's okay though. Right, now I have got to, oops, missed one. There we go. Now I have got to measure out my pieces of elastic. So I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And that is one more than they say, but I prefer how the spacing on this looks. I have shortened this by the 2 inches that I needed to. So 1, let's see. Natalie said, isn't she a vegetarian? About Bernadette Banner. Charlie says, wow, that's a great idea. Do you get to choose the menu after the vote for sweet or savoury? Jennifer says she's in the UK and doesn't actually eat what I make. I'm in the US. Charlie says, or do you give them a choice of two menus? Okay. 2. Concentration phase. Concentration phase. There was me thinking I'd be finished by 5 o'clock. It's 1:45, and I've still got quite a bit to do. One of these, when I make one of these, I would like to try putting in my 2-inch elastic one time and then sewing it down. So not sewing the channels, but sewing the elastic. But that would mean that I'd really need to stretch the elastic whilst doing it. So I don't know if that would work, but I think that might look quite nice as well. I think it's worth a try when I make one of these. Right, so there's my elastic. So that can go up there. This can go back in its pattern envelope so I don't drop it on the floor. So I don't lose it. That's what I was aiming for. And I need some. There's one. So might need another elastic band. Let's see. Jennifer says, I get to pick the item of what I make because it depends on what's in my cupboard. Charlie says, fair enough. Okay, right. Let's see. So, probably going to have to go get another safety pin. Do I have any down there? I think I do. Do I have safety pins down here? Yes, I do. Let's. These ones look smaller, so let's grab one of these. Okay, so you might think I'm mad, but what I like to do is I put my elastic through on a safety pin, and once the unsafety pinned end is level, I then put the next one in and the next one. So I end up with 5 pieces of elastic with safety pins like halfway into the waistband. Then I'll anchor down this side, and then I pull them all through to anchor down the other side. And that way I'm not trying to fight with a waistband that's got some elastic secured at both ends and isn't as long. I don't know if that's easier, but it's just the way that works for me. Laurel says that 2-inch elastic method is how you do the closet case Pietra pants. It's a bit tiring to pull the whole time, but it looks nice. Yeah, thank you. I thought it would. Tevka TV says hi. Hello. Gin and Pin says, I'm back. Just spent a fortune on yarn at Hobbycraft. I think everyone will be getting tea towels for next Christmas. Lovely. And Gin and Pin says, I'd love it. Sorry, Jennifer says 2 gin and pins. I'd love it. Kathy says, I have to go. Nice being with you this morning. Thank you for joining us, Kathy. And Stitchmaker Studio says, hi, Sean. Hello, welcome. And Charlie says, I would love to get one of your tea towels if it's anything like your shawl. Definitely. And Stephanie So says, it's been a lot of fun watching you open your lingerie calendar. I was able to get one from Bra Builders here in the US. It's embarrassing how excited I get to open a bit of lace. I know, but there's so much fun, isn't it? And there's so many pretty lingerie findings and things. So yeah. Right. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's how many I need. Melanie Brown says, hi, first time joining you. Welcome, Melanie. Thank you for joining us. And where did I get to? Stitchmaker Studio says, sorry, I should have said this is Anthea. Thanks you for your lovely birthday message. Thank you for your lovely message on my birthday, on Thursday for my birthday. Very happy birthday. And Jennifer, oh, words are hard. Jennifer says, welcome to Melanie. Right, let's hope that this safety pin is small enough to go in here. And it is. That's great. Let me just pull that out a little bit, just make sure I'm not losing it. This bit's always fiddly, isn't it? Getting there though. Getting there. Tevka TV says, what kind of table is that? It's the Horn Superior sewing cabinet. And it is awesome. I love my Horn table. Highly recommend if you have the budget and room for one. Highly, highly recommend. Anthea says, Sean, how do you find out about sewing related advent calendars? Are they advertised somewhere? Because I keep missing out and only discovering them during December. So I ended up with my Pit Trading one because I follow them on Instagram, and they announced it back in September that they were doing it, and I pre-ordered mine. The Kylie and the Machine label one, I think that's another one that lots of people were stocking, and again, order them early. Like Jennifer says, she says you definitely have to buy them early. Definitely, yeah. Gin and Pin says, I did pick up a different colorway from the one I did. Will be for my sister's Christmas present next year. Yes, planning for Christmas 2022. Wow. That's organization. That's very good. I mean, I'm only starting to make my Christmas presents now. But I'm only making a total of 3 Christmas presents this year. So, you know, if I can get away with starting to make them now. Juniper says, haha, gift vouchers this year. Anthea says, hi, Sean and Jennifer. Thanks, Sean and Jennifer. I'll just have to keep an eye out earlier next year. My problem is that I'm not thinking about Christmas in September. Yeah. No, it was something that I was like not even considering either. Actually, you know what? I was thinking about what advent calendars to get because I was talking to you guys about it, wasn't I? I think that was after I'd got my pit trading one in October though. But yeah, I think with the sewing ones, because they're going to be so limited quantity because they're coming from small companies, then the earlier the better. Charlie says, I'm sure, Gin and Pins, that your sister is a very lucky woman. You are extremely talented woman, and I am very impressed by your forward planning. Yes, definitely. Anessa says, I started my 33 project list last week of November. I'm tired already, lol. Caroline says, I was going to make for my littlest niece and nephew, but being ill wrecked that. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, life was what happens when you're busy making plans, right? I'm so sorry that you're still not well with your tooth. You know I feel your pain. Okay. And last piece. Tevka TV says, I'm sewing dog bandanas, tote bags, and aprons. Nice. For Christmas gifts. Very cool. Sarah says, just finished my first knit project. I took the Peeps suggestion and did a Tilly Coco shirt in as stable a knit as I could find. The hems are a bit questionable, but it's perfect for wearing at home. Oh, brilliant, Sarah. I'm so glad that worked out for you. Will you share in the Peeps group? You don't have to if you don't want to, but we'd love to see. Charlie says, my friend always says, man plans, fate laughs. Yeah, that's a good one as well. I like that. Okay, so I've nearly got this in. Now, if I'd have been smart, I'd have made these slightly longer than they needed to be, and then put them marked on where I needed to sew them. But I'm not that smart, but I will do that next time. That way I wouldn't need to worry about getting all of the elastic perfectly into the end. Right, now that all the elastic is in, I am going to secure down this end, and then I can pull the elastic the rest of the way through and secure the other end. There we go. Okay. So within the seam allowance, stitch over it. So that's all secured in place now, and now I can pull on the other end. Keep going to put it down there, and there isn't a bin down there. So now I can pull on my safety pins to pull the elastic through to the other side. Where did I get to with the chats? Oh gosh, quite behind the chat. Pin says, a few years ago, I knitted 11 pairs of socks for Christmas presents. I started on Boxing Day. Wow. Definite organisation going on there. But yeah, with knitting projects, you do have to be very ahead, don't you? Nimue says, I have 13 projects on my make before Christmas list. One has been accomplished. I'm not actually that fast a sewist. You can do it. Athena says, well done, Sarah. I've been sewing for years and have still not plucked up the courage to use knits. I won some from Sherwood Fabrics about 2 years ago and still not used them. Sarah says, I will share it in a bit. Just need to make myself presentable. Lol. That's very sweet of you, Sarah. Thank you. Charlie says to Tevka TV, loving the idea of a dog bandana, tote bags and aprons. Charlie says, congrats to Sarah. Finishing a project is always joyful. Definitely. Vanessa says, I've got 15 left to make out of 33. Thankfully, most of them are easy or I'd never make it. You can do it. Charlie says, wow, Vanessa, 33 is an impressive number. Jen Pin says, apron might be an idea for my brother and my brother-in-laws. Always struggle to find something to make for the menfolk. Yeah, I made some embroidered aprons for my brother and dad one year. And also my sister-in-law's dad. But then mum was like, why didn't I get one? So I need to make mum an embroidered apron as well. Hello.
Hello, I've just finished. So I'm too late.
No, I'm still going.
Oh, good. I'll be down for about 10 minutes.
Okay, lovely.
Bye.
Bye. She's finished the jumper. She's going to come down. That's very nice of her. I really hope it fits. I'm not going to have these trousers finished in 10 minutes though, am I? It's made from some Debbie Bliss merino based wool, and I was thinking it was going to be soft and I'd be able to wear it against my skin, but it's still a little bit itchy, so I'm still going to need to have something underneath of it. That's not the end of the world. Anessa says to Charlie, thank you. Working my way through it slow and steady. Won't stress about it all if I don't make it. No, definitely the way forward. Charlie says, liking the idea of aprons for the men, also having seen many pajama bottoms being made. Yes. Charlie says, no need for extra stress. Life is hard enough without difficult deadlines. Definitely. Athena says, I no longer make Christmas presents for people after I had a couple of years where I either got comments or noticed the recipients never used the item I made. Yeah. Yeah. I had a couple of years where I was making for people and I kind of ended up stopping that because it was stressful because I always started too late, which was my own fault. But I also found the same sort of thing that they were just like, oh, thanks. And then a bit like, I took part in a Secret Santa swap once and the budget was £20. So I made a necessary clutch wallet for the person because, you know, all of the findings and everything was £20. And I just felt like, you know, my time is fine, is free, because this is a gift and I've chosen to do this, so it's fine. And they never, it was somebody I didn't know. It was a really big Secret Santa. I didn't know the lady, but we all followed each other on Instagram and she never even posted that she got the parcel and posted the parcel under her tree, but she never posted her reaction to it. And I know you're not meant to give a gift to get a gift kind of thing, but it would have just been nice to sort of like see if she'd liked it or not. And it was just I was a bit like, oh, okay. Like nothing. She knew who it was from because you signed it with your like social media handles and stuff. So she knew where it came from and just nothing. Like I reached out and thanked the person that had sent me stuff. But yeah. I mean, you're not giving a gift to get like thank yous, are you? So Tefka TV says, I've been quilting dog jackets that are equestrian inspired. Oh, very cool. Susie needs a new jacket. Mum and I really ought to make her one. Gin and Pin says, running to find next year's diary so I can write the ideas down. I've made myself a few Janet Claire artisan aprons. Oh, nice. Caroline says, work provides the impossible deadlines, so won't set them for anything else. Wise. Yeah. Cherry says, my fam love everything I make, even with imperfections. Oh, that's lovely. Anessa says, most of what my sons wear is made by me and they love it, so they know it's appreciated, which helps. I try not to make most people's stuff because of that, though. Yeah, that's why when we were making that book for Mum's friend, I sort of like, we got to the point where we were like, right, let's let her choose how it gets decorated, because we could end up going down a road where she just won't use it for what we think she should, and it really ought to be what she wants to use it for. So Sarah says, that's just bad manners on her part, regardless of whether you made it or not. That's awful. Yeah, I mean, I suppose just one of those things, but yeah. Charlie says, I once made a bow tie to match the office chair coverings for the CEO of my then employer. He always wore bow ties. Funnily enough, he never mentioned it to me. Gin and Pin says, I've got a little loom. I think it might make some bookmarks and coasters from scrap fabrics. Oh, that's nice. That's a really nice idea. Getting there, feeding all these through. Getting there slowly but surely. Tevka TV says, people who don't sew or quilt don't understand the time it takes to make these gift items. This is true. Vanessa says, my 20-year-old son hasn't worn pants from a store since he was 8. Not that he could if he wanted to, with a 31-inch inseam and a 25-inch waist. Love mine also. Wow. Yeah. Getting there, getting there. Jennifer says, okay, putting on a face, I won't be able to monitor chat, just listen to it. Everyone behave yourselves, the power of the wrenches are leaving. Well, not leaving, but yes, hands are otherwise engaged. Tevka TV says, you don't need to make up, you are beautiful enough without. Oh, that's very nice of them. Jennifer's got a makeup channel, makeup Instagram. And she does some very pretty looks. Starting to see my safety pins. Let's see. Anthea says, I did tell my hubby that I would make him a shirt one year. Just need to find a good pattern now and some nice printed fabric he won't object to. Yeah, I mean, I would make stuff for Wilson if he'd wear it, but he only really wears black or grey. Sometimes red. He does have one purple shirt. But like anytime I offer to make him something, he always kind of looks at me with horror. He's like, it's going to be leafy, isn't it? It's like, no, because I don't want to spend all this time making you something for you then to not wear it. So I'd make it in a color that you like. But he always just looks at me with horror. So when I said I was going to make him something this year, he was just like, okay. But I did get the approval of what he wanted. The trouble is, like, he just wants me to recreate that. It's fine. It's okay. I will do it because that's what he likes, and I want him to wear the thing, you know. But just think of all the floral fun. He does wear plaid shirts though, and as I say, that's the red and purple he's got are plaid shirts. So I might be able to talk him into a plaid shirt. He has bright red shoes. He has 2 pairs of bright red shoes. And he has some very funky shirts for stage. So. Jenna Lee says, I'm laughing at Wilson thinking it would be leafy. Yeah, well, whenever I make something, he's like, what have you been up to today? And I'm like, well, I made this, or I've done this. And he's like, or like, I made a dress. Is it leafy? Why, yes, it is. So, oh, gave me a heart attack. Hello. I've got some dangerously loose elastic, so I just need to sew this down, and then I will try on my jumper. Did you have to knit on the neckband?
Yes.
I suddenly thought when I said, "Oh, Mum's going to finish the jumper and bring it down,"
Yeah.
she was sewing it together, and I was like, "Oh God, she's going to probably have to knit the neckband on, isn't she?"
Yes. So I hope it goes over your head.
Oh God.
I've done it very loose, so it should.
Did you bring me a plastic bag? Did I hear
did.
as well? Oh, thank you very much. Because I've got a little pile of.
It is a Tesco.
That's perfect.
Ah.
That's exactly what I want.
Good.
Because I've got a little pile of leavings here. Right.
Mm-hmm. It needs a press, though. Do you want me to do that first?
No, it's fine. I'll try it on. Right. Are you ready for this? This carrot, I didn't like the taste of it. So I wonder if the dog might like it.
What did the carrot do?
I just didn't like the taste. You gonna say hello?
Hello.
She's made me a ruffly jumper. You can see why it's called the ruffle schmuffle.
Nightmare.
You didn't like it to start with, did you?
No.
You were,
happier with it.
you were unimpressed.
No. Might not go over that band. Oh, it did. Yeah, I did the neck band quite loosely because I thought you wanted it to go over. It was all right.
The sleeves are different from the pattern because I didn't want the detail all at the bottom of the sleeves.
But she wanted a little bit of puff.
Yeah.
So I did a little bit.
Oh, it's lovely. I can't actually see because I've taken my glasses off. Doesn't this look like it came from Zimmerman?
Do you like it?
I do. And it's going to go beautifully with, hang on.
Your skirt?
No,
Is
this
that a
is
new
trousers.
skirt? Oh, trousers. Well, it will go with all that.
Yeah. There's me being like, oh, I'll totally finish these by 5 o'clock. It's 15:15. I've only got to sew the side seams, but. Here we go.
Ooh. It's the right length too.
Oh, it's perfect length.
Yeah.
Isn't that
and
awesome?
The sleeves. Let me see front waist. It's all right, isn't it?
It's lovely. It's lovely. Thank you. Is there any wool left?
There's a little heart back.
Oh, we
third of a ball.
We did it right then.
Mm.
Let's see what they're all saying. Hi, Mom. That's from Elena. Caroline says, hi, Jane. Tevka TV says, those scraps and cabbages are great for making dog beds. And Tevka says, wow, 100. Thank you. Anthea says, my husband likes some colour, but when he offered to make him a shirt in plaids, his instant reaction was not that pink plaid you have in your stash. I have to laugh because it's mostly turquoise. Charlie says, is laughing at Sarah saying the dressing gown was black. Lol. I've missed a bit of chat, haven't I? Nimue says, hi, Jane. The jumper looks great. Caroline says, that's pretty. Charlie says, your mama is talented. Yes.
What? That's nice.
Anthea says, ooh, very nice. Jennifer says, gorgeous. Anessa says, great job, QQ. Laurel says, lovely work, QQ. Christine says, wow, that's gorgeous. Charlie says, great jumper, great colour. Lots of hearts from Tevka TV. Kathleen says, beautiful creation, Mum. Natalie says, lovely jumper. Deb Farr says, oh, that's lovely. Sarah says, that's absolutely lovely. Well done. Jen and Pin says, fabulous. Altered Reality says, pretty jumper. Excellent work, Jane. Elena says, it looks so good. Jane is so talented.
6 false starts.
Yeah.
On the front.
She tried, yeah.
6 false
It's
starts.
plain on the back.
That was the pattern.
Yeah. No, I know. But yeah, she was not impressed with the front, were you? You don't like the bubbles either. Didn't like knitting those. There was one that Nia wanted with bubbles on it. She went, no more bubbles. Not for now, anyway.
Yeah. Give me a bubble break.
Elena says it looks so good. Jane is so talented. Jenny Lee says it's super cute. Glenda says nice. Tinkerbell says, I wish I could knit. Me too. I'm glad I can knit a scarf. Nikki says the jumper is gorgeous. Sarah says, how long did it take her? So very impressive. This is quite a long one, wasn't it?
About 6 weeks, isn't it?
Yeah.
Must be.
Yeah.
Because it took 6 full starts.
Nikki says the jumper is gorgeous.
The back and the sleeves are quick, but the front's taken.
Yeah. Nimue says we'll have to elevate Quilting Queen to the Empress of Quilting and Knitting. I like that. I like that. Yeah. Charlie says, I once made my partner a silk dressing gown. The material cost a fortune. It took me ages. He didn't like the colour. Oh no. Gillian Pin says, I was doing some English paper piecing at work once and my colleagues were fascinated when I threaded a needle. Jennifer, I've read that one. Sarah says, I'm about to start making my honey's second black linen shirt. Black is nice and safe. And then I've caught up with it. Charlie says 6 weeks is a substantial investment of time, definitely. So I'm glad I like it.
I am too.
Natalie says, I don't like knitting baubles either. But it is lovely because the actual pattern is longer, isn't it?
Yeah,
we
wanted a waist.
I wanted it so because I just don't wear them when they're longer than this.
Yeah, well, it's nice. It
I like it.
Accentuates your
Makes me this look bigger. This looks smaller.
Yeah,
I like it.
I really wasn't sure about those ruffles at all, but
no, I think they look great.
Yeah,
and the whole point was that I wanted something Zimmerman-esque.
Yeah.
I've shown you Zimmerman knitwear, haven't I?
No,
have I not?
No,
where's my phone?
Probably don't need to see it.
Well, no, but I think you'll sort of get what I mean.
The pattern wasn't perfect, I must say. I've had to.
You weren't impressed with the pattern.
Some of it was very good, but it's like the neckline. I've had to change it. Oh right, lots of big puffy sleeves and
bubbles and things.
Yeah. Okay.
Some very plain ones, like that fine line sweater that you did for me.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to think what I could wear that fine line one with. Oh, I love it. Thank you so much.
A pleasure.
Now
it was in the end. It was a pleasure.
This wool is not as soft as I thought it was.
Isn't it?
No.
Is it a bit scratchy? Oh,
I'm noticing it. Yeah, that's all right. I can wear
a shirt. You have to wear one of those little pullovers underneath.
Yeah, she's fine. This is another reason I need a cape because I don't think all of this is going to fit well under a coat. But it's lovely. Thank you.
Good. I shall leave it with you.
Okay.
I don't think I shall be doing any sewing today.
Do you not think?
Well, it's what? It's 5:15.
Yeah.
Yeah. 5:20.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we tried to show them the navy jumper you're wearing last time, and the lighting on it was just bad, wasn't it?
My cardigan.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's a cable knit kite, but it's just a black hole.
Can't
It's
really
actually
see
navy.
And it's got all the cables.
Yeah.
And it fits.
Yeah. She made one in cream, and I got it because I made her knit a smaller size, saying it would fit her, and it didn't. She wasn't happy with me.
It was a bit off.
I didn't mean it. It was a happy accident, but it wasn't what I meant. But I really like that, and I would say yes to that one in like a green colour or a rust colour as well. Totally.
I've got green. Yeah.
But you like knitting that one, don't you?
Yeah, I do. I do. Yes.
Would you mind taking that back up with you? If that's all right. Have you got your torch?
No.
Oh God.
I like sort.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Right, you are.
Isn't that jumper lovely? Aren't I lucky girl? Right. So my waistband is complete. So that's all in. So I am now going to sew up the side seams. And we should end up with something that looks like some trousers. And I might be finished by 6. And then I really am going to stop. Let's turn you background properly and dip it out. Oh, let's see. Christine says fab. Tevka says it's a work of art. Definitely. It's one of the more annoying ones I've asked Mum to do, so I'm very glad that she agreed to it. Charlie says 6. I've read that one, sorry. Natalie says I don't even like knitting bubbles either. And Tevka says, anyone know if she has video of the current dress? I love the curved bust and waist. Yes, I do. There is a sew along for this. It's the Vogue 7892. And so if you go into my channel, if you go into playlists, that it's there, or you can just go into my channel and there's the little search bar. So if you put V7892, no, 8972, sorry, 8972, 8972, Vogue 8972, then there's a sew along for this one. And I don't know if I've done a pattern review for this one. Maybe I need to do that one as well. Anthea says, yes, I'm loving the dress too. Thank you. Thank you. Right, so let's sew up some side seams, and we're going to, guess what? French seam them, because it's me. And of course we are. And you have to do it slightly differently with this one because you can only French seam it up to the waistband, and then the waistband you have to sew a slightly different way. But everything gets encased and looks beautiful when you're finished. So, yep, I've caught up with the chat. That's good. Mum's got some beautiful chunky yarn to make Big Bird's present. That's her next knitting project. And Big Bird and I sat and went through all the Kim Hargreaves books, picking out all the ones that we liked, because Mum's always she's never not knitting. She always wants a project. And I think she's done me the Ruffle Schmuffle and the Fine Line sweater for me this year. She did a heart and cardigan for Big Bird's mum. And she's done one for herself as well, I think, or 3 for herself. I can't remember. We need to get Mum to like keep a running total of what she's made so that we can keep track of it all. Right. Pinning my side seams into place. So that's one done. Get the other one. Actually, I'm not going to pin the other one because I just know I will end up with my pins sticking in me. So done with the pattern. Don't need that anymore, so that can go back over there. Right. Let us sew up our side seams. And then we can do the waist, and then we're going to have something that very much looks like trousers, which will be exciting. So, there we go. French seam. Let's move my needle over. How are we doing with the chat? Toka TV says, cool, thanks, no worries. Anthea says, Sean, I bought some yarn for a colourwork jumper about 4 years ago now. I think I need to send it down to the QQ so the jumper actually gets made. Yeah, it might get made, but it might not leave the house. Still well up to date with the chat. That's good. I can tell things are getting serious when I stop talking because I'm just like, must get this done. I really like the closet case pants Pietra. Closet core patterns Pietra pants. I didn't think I did like that collection, but now that I've seen quite a few of them made up, I'm thinking maybe I ought to get myself some of those patterns because they do look fabulous. And I do like the elasticated back for kind of more relaxed trousers. I don't want like my tailored trousers to have elastic in them. Right, and let's do, that's one side done, so let's do the other side. Pin it into place, sew it, trim it, press it, sew it. We are so close. We are so close. Charlie says nearly there, Sean. Yes, thank you for the encouragement. Very nearly there. Anthea says, do Closet Core do plus sizes? I think their size range is pretty good. I don't know how big or small it gets though, but I think it's pretty good. I think they're one of the ones that was trying to work on being super inclusive, which is great. Does anybody else does anyone know how big or small the Closet Core pattern sizing range is? Kathleen says, started tracing a vest, waistcoat, going to use remnant fabric from pinstripe denim trench coat that I recently made. Could look worn together, cool, worn together with a turtleneck, slim pants and knee boots. But that sounds amazing. That sounds amazing. Laurel says, there's a tutorial to put a side zipper in the Pietra, recommended for those of us with high hip to waist ratios. Yes. Okay, cool. That would probably be me. And that's my second side seam pinned. So let's get that sewn. And there you go. Okay. Make sure I've not got any fabric where it shouldn't be. We are so close to being finished. I've got a little bit of hand sewing to do, and these need hemming, and I will need to try them on before I can hem them, because as I say, I have changed the hem allowance. But I should be able to try them on soon for you to see. And thankfully I now have a jumper to put on with them. I have got black tights on, so these might stick to my tights, so I may need to take those off as well. In fact, I probably will, won't I? Oh, has anyone watched the film Red Notice on Netflix? Ryan Reynolds, Dwayne Johnson, Gal Gadot. Loved it. It was brilliant. It was so funny. Right. Read that one. Laura says there's a tutor. I read that one. Anessa says, Sean, you can do it. Thank you. Hopefully. Anthea says, might have to look at them then. Thanks. I'm looking for some trouser patterns. I'm definitely plus size. Tempted by the new Pattern Emporium Vacation Palazzo trousers. They were just released. These are brilliant as well. I love these ones. The 7131. Laurel says, don't know offhand Closet Core's largest size, but they always have plus size models for each garment. Anthea says, thanks, Laurel. I'll go and check them out. Awesome. Laurel says, when I get around to making a second pair of Pietras, I plan to put in some more rear darts to take up a bit of the excess fabric. Good knowledge. Deanna says, 14 to 32 plus size, if I'm not mistaken. Thank you, Deanna. And Deanna says, I think also they do cup sizes too. And Jennifer said, yes, so good. Cool. Right, so I need to trim these down, press them. Oh, I'm going to turn my iron on now. Let's try and be strategic about use of time. Determined to get these finished today. Okay. Nearly done. Again, proper concentration face. Okay, so that's one side done. Let's do the other side. And then press, stitch, hand stitching. Let's hope they're not too see-through. Okay. Again, proper concentration face because I just don't want to snip the wrong thing. Ask me how I know. Okay. Right, so that's my side seams trimmed. I'm going to go press them. These are starting to look very much like trousers, which is a good thing because they are trousers. Well, they're certainly meant to be trousers. Need some more water in my iron. It's not steamy enough. There we go. That's better. I'm glad I checked all my fabrics and like put things into collections the other day because, as I say, I was convinced I didn't have foliage canopy on this linen chambray base, and I totally do because I would have ordered more. I mean, not that having more of this would be a bad thing, but I don't need more. I always need more. Who am I kidding? Getting there. Right, nearly done with the first side. Going to be really extra careful with pressing around the pocket area because there's quite a few layers of fabric in there. And again, this technique only works because this is a really fine fabric. If this was thicker, I would be binding the edges. But then if this was thicker, I wouldn't be making these trousers because these trousers would not look great in a thicker fabric. They need the drape to make them look good. That is for sure. Oh, Sus! What are you doing down here? Sus! Oh, come here. In you come. Why are you shivering? Why did you be abandoned? Oh, you was tiny little puppy. Oh, yes. Oh, do you want to come say hi to the peeps? Do you want to come say hi to the peeps? I think she's been let out for a pee and it's too cold. So she's come down and like rubbed on the door and just been like, you let me in. You let me in. You alright? You alright? Okay. You want to go down on the floor again? Can't be nice hovering in midair when you can't see anything. Come on then. On bed? There's a good girl. I think she's down here looking for mum, but mum is not here. So she'll be screaming to get out again in a second. Yeah, there's no mum down here. Do you want out again? You want out? Come on then. There's a good girl. Yeah, woman. There's a good girl. Good girl. Up. Good girl. She's just like, she does not like cold. I don't want pee outside. I want pee on the kitchen floor, please. Then pitter patter it all around the house. Nearly done, promise. Here we go. Let's see. Where did I get to? Jennifer says, I have to leave in 5 minutes to go to my nail appointment. Oh, have fun. Anthea says, Sian, I'm going to head out as I have to make dinner. Thanks for hosting the hangout. Look forward to seeing the finished trousers. Thank you. Thank you for joining us. Anessa says, yeah, I'm still watching the hangout and not sewing. I need to cave and buy new slippers, I think, so I don't avoid sewing because I hate cold feet. Yes, new slippers is definitely the thing that you need. Gina Pin says, just put my dinner on to cook and getting the look from the cat, so we'll have to feed them as well. Tevka TV says, ghost chair, lol. Yeah. Gina Pin says, ready for the twirling. Jennifer says, okay, talk to you all later. Be good, the wrench is gone. Charlie says, hope it's a great nail appointment. Rachel says, hey everyone, are we still going? Just got in from work. Hello, Rachel. Sarah says, oh, hello, sweet puppy. Tevka says, oh my gosh, she's cute. Charlie says, Rachel, yes, still here. Susie is adorable. Lena says, how cold is it there? We have minus 16 degrees Celsius today. Currently in here it's 22 degrees. Out there I think it's about 3 or 4. So it's not freezing. She's fine. Stitch Up says, have we seen a dragon? I need to see. Have we sewn a dragon? No, I haven't yet. I just, because I'm doing a sew along for it, so I decided that I can't film a sew along and do a hangout at the same time. So I decided to work on the 7131 trousers, and I've very nearly finished. Just got a little bit of tweaking to do here. Just need to catch that thread a little bit better. Hopefully this doesn't get sucked into the sewing machine. Missed a little bit on the front side of, or back side of the fabric, so just gonna get that. Okay, that's better. Right, now we can sew the final part of our seams and we will nearly have trousers. Oh, Rachel, did you send me this? I've got it in my head that you sent me this. I'm pretty sure you did. It's very, very pretty. And whoever sent it to me knows me very well. But I for some reason, I thought I only had 2 Scubas in my stash, but I've got 3. And I have a feeling it was this one came from you. Mum's just knit me an amazing jumper as well, which I will show you in a second. It is glorious. Right. So now we need to finish the French seam, but we also need to get our waistband sewn at the same time, so we have to wrap it all around to get it sewn. And as it says, no dragon yet, Rachel. Charlie says, no dragons yet. Sian is finishing her trousers. Yeah, I'm not being totally selfish. Like like I say, the shoulder dragons are meant to be a sew along for you guys, and I can't do the sew along and the hangout at the same time. I never tried. It could be interesting to try and do a hangout and show you guys what the behind the scenes of a sew along looks like and how many times I fluff up the words. It could be quite interesting, but yeah. Nimue says, today's hangout has exceeded my battery. Gonna grab the power cord. Sorry. Natalie says, just finished my first hand warmer. My mum loves it. Guessing it's going to be not going in her stocking. Lol. No, I think that one's just being taken now. Tammy says, just cut out my Sherpa lining for a robe for hubby. Full of fluff. That was no fun. Yeah. Rachel says, I'm not sure. I can't remember. I have a brain fog. Oh, actually, I seem to remember sending that to you by mistake, and you said you'd send it back to me. Nice. I have got video evidence of where that came from. I'll have to go back and find it. This is why I need to write down where stuff comes from. Natalie says, the fluff can be a pain. Yes. Karen says, is your mum on Ravelry by any chance? She is, but she doesn't post her makes there. And Laurel's lolling at Rachel for her comment for trying to get the fabric back. Rachel, if you sent it to me, I'm pretty sure you've probably got some of your own in your stash because it's very you as well. So I can imagine that you maybe sent me some because you were like, I bought this and I think Sian might like it too. I'm pretty sure it was from you. I don't remember buying it. And we all know that I do have fabric amnesia, but I'm usually pretty good at remembering where stuff came from. But I might be wrong on this occasion. Tevka says, do you edit your own videos? Thinking of filming my sewing on YouTube. I do indeed edit my own videos. I use Final Cut Pro and I have a MacBook Pro. I started out with an iPhone for my camera and iMovie on my ancient MacBook Pro. And I upgraded probably about 4 years ago now to a Canon G7X Mark II and my MacBook Pro, which is now like really ancient again. But I've only just finished paying it off. So yeah, you really don't need fancy equipment. Although one of the comments I get most frequently on my very first sew along was, oh my god, the sound is terrible, because I was filming on an iPhone in a busy shop. That's one done. Itchy nose, yet again. It's all my Fraggle fluff. haven't trimmed it yet. I'm just going to turn that through and make sure, yeah, now I'm happy with that. So I can trim all the bulk out of that part of the trousers, which is good. Don't want bulky trousers. Okay. So that's all done. Now we need to pin and sew the other side. Okie dokie. So I'm gonna wrap this around, pin it into place. Make sure I'm getting on my raw edges. Okie dokie. Let's do this side. Yep, everything's lying nice and flatly, which is good. Just double check. We are nearly there. Tevka TV says, do you mind me asking if YouTube is your full-time job income? It is indeed. Sewing is my full-time job. So I used to sew for other people, like commissions. But it was really stressful and people don't want to pay what you're actually worth. So I ended up stopping that, and now technically I teach sewing because I do sew-alongs, I teach classes in real life. And I video nearly every day of my life because I'm sewing nearly every day of my life. I used to do general daily vlogging of like everything, including not sewing. And I've changed that up this year because I would like this to be a predominantly sewing channel with a little bit of family life thrown in there. So yes. French seam number 2 is complete. Trim my threads. Double check that everything is lying flatly on this side, which it is. So I can trim off all my bulk from here, which is good because I don't want a bulky waistband. That's not good. Okay, so we turn the waistband through, give it a little wiggle. Everything should be nice and flat, which it is. And on this side, yep. So now I need to hand stitch down the front waistband. Then I can try them on for hemming purposes. So we are nearly there, and it's 5:56. And I started sewing at, what was it? It It was like an hour and 48 minutes in, I think. So just over 4 hours for a pair of trousers. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. Tevka TV says so true, probably about people not be willing to pay what you should for handmade things. Natalie says, have a lovely rest of your day, everyone. My overlords will no longer be ignored. They demand play and lunch. Have fun with your overlords, and thank you for joining us. Tevka TV says, thanks, Natalie, you too. And Gladys says, oh, I keep getting these weird comments. I'm going to just get rid of that one. I'm getting those weird comments all day. No idea what it says, but it can go. Rachel says, that's good when you're interacting too. Waffling. Waffling. Constantly waffling. Constantly waffling. I'm going to be much more delicate and careful with hand stitching this front one down because, as we've discussed, this one is not going to get stitched in the ditch, so I don't have that safety net of it behaving itself because I'm machine stitching it. Oh, there's such a mess. It's the only trouble when you start a new kind of like rubbish scrap bag because there's nothing in it, nothing lies flat. Right, so let's finish off this waistband, then I can try them on with my lovely new jumper, which was specifically chosen to go with the Savannah collection. I think it looks lovely with it. Many, many ruffles. Let's see, Charlie says, comparing 6 weeks to 4 hours. Altered Reality says, not too bad at all, thank you. Nimue says, we're about to have supper, but I might get to cross one more project off my list later this evening because this wreath is coming together swimmingly. Oh, that's awesome. Very pleased for you, Nimue. Right, let's get this little bit sewn in. Oh, just poked myself with some pins. Let's not do that. That is bad. I really ought to try and find myself a thimble that I like because I'm keep poking myself with this particular needle. It's so fine that I end up like stabbing my finger with it, which is very unpleasant and not at all what we want. Not at all what we want. How have I managed to already get myself into a tangle? Oh dear. Right. Alana says, I have to go. Thank you for hanging out. See you all next week. Yes, I will be doing this again next week for sure. Probably not quite for this long. I probably would have, if I hadn't been so close to finishing these, I probably would have abandoned this a little while ago. but I'm determined to get these finished today now. So we are so close. I'm not going to make you watch me hem these. We'll say goodbye once I've got them tried on. But so close. So close. Rachel says, is this the McCall's pattern with the elastic back waistband? Can't remember the number. 7131. It is indeed. Yes. Yes. I ended up lengthening the crotch on mine by 3 1/4 inches in the end. The green pair that I did was 3 3/4, and that was too much. So I've taken out 1/2 inch from the front and back. So they're now 3 1/4 inches longer than the original. So I'm hoping that these ones will be slightly better, because the other ones the green ones are fine, but they're just that little bit too low in the crotch. But because of the pleats and the fullness, I think I get away with it. But I think these ones should be better. So I'm all caught up with the chat, which is good. Yes, I shall start on the shoulder dragons tomorrow, and for the sew along and for the girls. I need to order some stuffing for those. I was going to stuff it with my offcuts, like make proper coleslaw out of it, but I want these to be like properly washable, and I'm just I'm kind of going to use like a proper soft stuffed toy filling, because these are going to be to be played with by girls that, you know, like they're going to need to be able to be washed and things. So I need to order some fillings. I've got the safety eyes. Trying to decide if I put a nose on them or not as well, because they haven't technically got like they don't say to put a nose in it, but I'm thinking it might look cute with a nose. And the pack of safety eyes that I got came with noses. I really hope these work out, because otherwise Wilson's going to have to think of something to buy his nieces for Christmas. God, it's 6:05. How was your work day, Rachel? Has Martin had his advent calendar yet? The one he got on the second day, the raspberry and white chocolate one, we had that in the pub the other day. That has got to be one of my favourites that they do, and Lost Lager as well. I really like that one. Because the Brewdog on the Goldhawk Road is Wilson's new local. It's the pub that's closest to him for sure. So we've been frequenting it a fair amount. Nimoy says, see you all next week. Have a lovely Sunday evening. You too, Nimoy. Thank you for joining us. Rachel says, yes, good, thank you. Yes, he's just having it lost now. Nice. Should have bought myself one of those. Mind you, beer isn't exactly great on keto, is it? I did put a little bit back on when I was visiting Wilson, because there's definitely more beer being drunk that evening. But we did go to the keto restaurant, and we had keto pizza, which is a base of cauliflower, cheese, and egg, and then whatever pizza topping you want on top of it. And we had cake as well, which was delicious. It was expensive. It was £15 for like a personal size pizza. And then the cake was £8 for a slice, but it was giant. We shared the slice of cake, and I couldn't finish my half. He had to have the rest of my half. But yeah, it was really nice. It was all the entire place was very leafy. They had leaves everywhere. That was the decoration. And it was nice to have like pizza. Okay, just past halfway. Need to press my side seams in the waistband again. And then I can try them on. With my new jumper. Oh, I'm not getting out of yeah, the chat's gone really quiet, which is great because it means I'm not massively behind when reading it out. Sorry, gone into concentration mode again with the hand sewing. So who else is planning on making a shoulder dragon? And are you going to keep it for yourself? I really want to make one for myself. Or are you going to gift them? Because as I say, these two are gifts, but totally going to need to make one for myself. Julian Pin says, see you next week. Thank you for joining us. See you next week. Rachel says, oh dear, I may have just bought some fuchsia silk from the new craft house. Whoopsie. What's that for? What are you going to make with that? Inquiring minds want to know. Caroline says, me and both, but next year. Nice. Jenny Lee says, I'm planning to make myself a dragon. I'm pretty selfish seamstress, lol. Nothing wrong with that. Anessa says, I want to make myself a shoulder dragon, but both my boys have asked me for one too. Nice. Rachel says, I think I will need to make some up for the Famalam. Nice. And Charlie says, if I manage to make a dragon, it will be mine, all mine. And Rachel has no idea what she's going to do with her fuchsia silk. What kind of silk is it? Is it like a slippery one, or is it a dupioni, or a silk satin? Did anyone see Bella May's red Christmas dress that she made inspired by her phone case? It was a wool silk blend and it was gorgeous. I've only ever seen wool silk blends on Mood Fabrics. I've never seen it in the UK. Does anyone know of anywhere in the UK that stocks solid colour wool silk blend fabrics? Because I think I might need some. I think I might need quite a lot, but at $60 a yard, I might need some. Anessa says, but I haven't managed to get the pattern yet. It's BZ Arts, and somebody mentioned earlier that you can download the PDF from their site. BEEZZEE Arts. Caroline says, got one cut out in red. Idris from Ivor the Endrin. Oh, cool. Rachel says, are we giving the dragons names? It's a silk twill, so I imagine it will have some structure to it. Ooh, nice. Well, the blue and pink one is going to be the little fire doodad from Frozen 2, because Thea is mad for Frozen. And then I've made one with green, like bright green lime corduroy, and I've also cut him out a purple mane, because a pink mane, because I thought they probably both ought to have fluff, because I didn't want one getting jealous of the fluff when the other one didn't have fluff. So yeah, I don't know what they should be called though. They definitely need names, don't they? Okay, I'm almost done. I need to press my side seams, and then I can try it on. Really hope this fits. The other ones fit, so there's no reason why these shouldn't. Don't put needles in your mouth. Charlie says, yes, Bella May's dress was magnificent, though I worry about the buckle. Oh yeah, no, the buckle, I think she needs to have one made or try and get a bigger kit for it. But for to get it done for the photo shoot, I thought she was very inventive. Very inventive. And she lined it a really strange way. I would have done it very differently, but it was really interesting to see how she kind of tackled the lining of it all. Tanya says hello, hi. Anessa says, thank you, Sean. That's the perfect. And I've bookmarked it for payday. Awesome. It was one of the peeps that actually told me that. So thank you to the peep that said that the shoulder dragon is available as a PDF. Right, I'm going to go press these and then I'll try them on. So talk amongst yourselves. Oh, iron's not on. That was silly. But yeah. Ah, I made a pair of trousers. Yay! That's one thing crossed off my list. Although that wasn't one of the three things that I had to get done, was it? I should have done the beach pajamas today, shouldn't I? Never mind. Never mind. Oh, take these tights off in a minute. So annoying. Let's see. The creative Mrs. K says, Bella May's dress made me want to make a 1.5 circle skirt. Oh yeah, definitely. Definitely. I've done a double circle skirt, but the 1.5 looks nice, doesn't it? It was just such a lovely fabric. So yeah, does anyone in the UK know of anywhere that sells a wool silk blend? Because as I say, the only place I've seen it is Mood. She got it from somewhere different, but it was also a New York fabric store, which is $60 a yard. Totally fine, completely get it. Wool and silk together, expensive. But I just don't want to pay import fees on it, because anything over £135 you have to pay import fees for, and I'm going to want 3 or 4 meters, if not 5 meters. So yeah. Rachel says, you're beating me. The only thing from my December plans that I have to start yet is the 7537. Oh, how's that coming along? I really want to see that. I think it's going to look really pretty in that fabric we picked. I left my Savannah one in London, and I really miss it. I want to wear it. Gonna have to make another one. Let's get these seams pressed. I have a feeling these are going to be very see-through. So no laughing. No laughing. but it'll be fine if I wear. Oh, I have got the correct underwear on this today. That makes a change. Right, so that's one done. Let's do the other side. Press, 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 press. Then I can try them on. There is absolutely no reason why these shouldn't fit because I've made them in the green and this is exactly the same pattern and neither fabric has stretch in it. So the fact that I'm getting all panicky about that they're never going to fit is completely stupid. I have issues. Totally, totally fine. Right. Okay, final part of the seam is pressed. So I'm going to try them on to work out how much I need to hem them by and also to show you guys what they look like. So give me a second whilst I get them on, but trousers. So yeah, I'm going to obviously not get undressed on screen, but I will take this off, put this on the thing there. So you stay there, I'll be back in a second. I'm probably going to have to take my tights off. I did not think this through. Did not think this through, but never mind. Let's see, do I have to take my tights off? They're going to stick, aren't they, if I don't? You definitely can't, no, you can't see anything. I look like a crazy person. Right, let's put trousers on. I'm really glad that I went for the larger size, but then with the smaller elastic, because there is absolutely zero chance that the smaller size would have fitted over my giant butt at the waist. Because it, as I say, like 4 years ago, it barely fit. Oh, that's much better. Oh, the crotch length on these is perfect. That's good. Right, just put my jumper back on so that I'm not literally in my bra, because no one needs to see that. We'll just find out exactly how itchy this lace is. Lace, wool. Oh, it's not too bad. It's not too bad. Okay, I'm going to spin you guys around. Just going to put my pieces of dragon on the table because we're working on them next. I'm going to spin you around. I'm going to put my glasses back on so I can see. Let's see. I'm going to read the chat before I reveal. Charlie says, you read that one. Read that one. Charlie says, watching the mannequins. Rachel says, you're beating me up. I've read that one, sorry. Rachel says, well, I've cut it out, hoping to start sewing it up this week. I've ordered some trim from Etsy and waiting for that to arrive. Nice. Charlie says, I'm finding silk wool blends while searching Etsy and soft furnishing fabric on eBay, but that is white. Oh, no. The creative Mrs. K says, Sian, I know you want to make lingerie for next year. I've been wondering if you're even going to be able to share the process with us. Haha. Yes, I will, and I will be able to. Let's think about this. I don't know how I'm going to share my finish makes with you. Probably on the mannequin. Creative Mrs. K says, because I love seeing you learn, we learn too, and I'm totally interested, but there are obvious issues. Lol. Yes. Laurel says, I've ordered a swatch of wool silk blend from Mood and it had far more body than I expected. No drape at all. Oh, wow. Interesting. Well, if you go to Bella May, she's linked where she got her fabric from. So it might be slightly different and worth a try. I'm trying to grow out my fringe and failing miserably. Right. So trousers. Let's see. Probably have to bring you here and tip you down a bit, aren't I? But look how beautiful the jumper goes with the trousers. And the crotch depth is perfect. So 3 1/4 inches. They are giant. Hello, baggy trousers. Let me tip you down a little bit more. Hang on. Don't know if I can get far enough back. Oh, they are brilliant. I love them. So, yes. Waistband. Elasticated back. Pocketses. Giant legs that actually don't need hemming too much. Probably going to do the 1.5 inch hem on those. But doesn't it go well with this jumper? I mean, I did plan it, but I really like this. I like this look a lot. No. Yes. Yes. So very happy with this. Charlie says, go on, show us the full outfit. Stunning, loving it. Thank you. Laurel says, ooh, pretty. The creative Mrs. K said, oh my goodness, they're adorable. And the sweater is great too, isn't it? Karen says, just love your new trousers. Awesome job. Thank you. Tanya says, they look gorgeous. It goes lovely with the jumper. What a good choice. Thank you. Altered Reality says, lovely. Thank you. Sarah says, those look great. Thank you. Charlie says, elasticated back and pockets. Lovely. Yes, this is great. And Rachel says, stunning, love them, thank you. And yeah, this is the linen chambray mix from Lady McElroy. Okay, see, but you can see it's got really like lovely drape and movement to it. So actually it's not as see-through as I thought it was going to be either, so that's good. You can't really see the pocket bags, or at least I don't think you can. I don't think they're too obvious. But yeah, these are really nice. Like I say, I raised up the crotch depth by 1 inch. It probably could come up a little bit more, to be honest, maybe another 1/2 inch. But the bottom of the waistband is where your waist is meant to sit. And if I put the waistband on my waist, then the crotch depth is at the right level. So yeah. I mean, I've got leafy trousers, very leafy trousers. I like these a lot. Like these a lot. Let's tip you back. Let's see. Julie says, gorgeous, thank you. Rachel says, I can tell they're going to be worn a lot. Yes, definitely. And I'm definitely going to make more. Charlie says, nope, not see-through. Yeah, it was brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Like I said, I do have the right colour pants on today, so that helps. Karen says, outfit is gorgeous. Thank you. I do really love this jumper. Mum is clever, isn't she? Very clever indeed. I did want a bit more poof in the sleeves, but she didn't want to run out of wool. And if we only had 2/3 of a ball left, I'm glad that she didn't go any more poofy on the sleeves. But yeah, very, very happy. Sue says, fabulous, thank you. Kathleen says, great bespoke outfit, thank you. Deanna says, totally gorgeous, love the jumper too, thank you. Caroline says, nice, yes, thank you. Rachel says, did your mum knit your sweater? It's gorgeous. She did indeed. She just finished it this afternoon, literally brought it down at 5 o'clock for me to try on. It's the Ruffle Schmuffle sweater, and it's a Ravelry pattern. And yeah, very Zimmerman-esque. That's why I asked for it. Charlie says, your mum is a diamond. She is indeed. Sue says, morning. It's morning from Australia, 5:25 a.m. here. Wow, very early. Right, well, you guys, I am going to call it a night. 6.5 hours of waffle. You can tell my voice is gone. I've had a lot of fun though. Thank you very, very much for hanging out with me on the first Vlogmas hangout. It has been awesome. So there will be one next week. Yep, we'll be doing the same thing next week. So there still will be Vlogmas, and we will be doing a hangout from midday next week. No idea what I'll be doing next week. Hopefully by then I'll be sewing some dresses because I've got all the projects that I need to make done. Rachel says trots off to Ravelry. I'll make sure to put a link for the jumper down in the description down below, and this will be featured in tomorrow's vlog because I'm just about to film it now, so I will put the link in for there as well. So thank you for hanging out with me. I will see you all next week. It's been a blast, and yeah, good night everybody. See you next week. Try and end this gracefully. Bye.